All right. It is good to see everybody this morning. I appreciate everybody getting back. I hope you had a nice break the last couple days. We are now ready to proceed with the trial. Ms. Orr?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Margaret Seneschal.
If you'll come right up here, we'll get you all sworn in.
Left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this court and jury to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and help you God?
Yes. Just make sure when you sit in that seat, you get close to that microphone, all right?
Okay. Green light means good. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Margaret Seneschal. Margaret is M-A-R-G-A-R-E-T. Last name is L-E space S-E-N-E-C-H-A-L.
And where do you work and what is your position?
I work at the North Carolina State Crime Laboratory in the firearms section as a firearms examiner.
How long have you worked there?
About 3.5 years.
And what are your job duties?
My main duty is the examination of firearms-related evidence submitted to the crime lab. So that generally consists of firearms, cartridge cases, and bullets.
And what type of education, training, and experience do you have that qualifies you to work in that capacity?
I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Florida in anthropology. I have a master's degree in forensic science from the George Washington University. I previously worked for about 11 years at the Wilmington Police Department, first as a crime scene investigator and then as a crime scene unit supervisor. I began working at the State Crime Lab in May of 2022. At that time, I began a forensic firearm identification training program through Nichols Forensic Science Consulting. This program consisted of modules on the history of firearms identification, firearm and ammunition development and functioning, the examination of fired ammunition components, tool manufacture and subclass characteristics, comparative pattern analysis theory. It included numerous practical exercises involving thousands of comparisons of fired bullets and fired cartridge cases in known matching and known non-matching positions. It included mock cases, a mock trial, mock evidentiary hearing. Each module had a final examination that was written, practical, or both, all of which I passed. I then completed modules of the State Crime Lab's internal training program. These modules included the firearm safety, ammunition, mechanics, serial number restoration. These modules also had final examinations that were written, practical, or both, all of which I passed. I completed an additional mock case and an additional mock trial, and all of this I passed prior to being released for casework.
And have you testified before as a forensic firearms examiner?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
7 before today.
And do you have a CV that describes your educational and professional experience?
Yes.
And I may approach the witness.
You may.
I'll show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 126 and ask you if you recognize this.
Yes.
And what is State's 126?
This is my CV.
And is it a complete and accurate copy of your CV?
Yes, it has since been updated, but at that time, this was the most recent version.
And what was the date on it?
11/24/2025.
Thank you. Your Honor, this time I would move State's 126 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 126 will be admitted.
And at this time, I would tender Margaret Seneschal as an expert in forensic firearms examination and identification.
Any objection?
No objection to that, Your Honor.
All right. Give that to me one time.
An expert in forensic firearms examination and identification.
The witness will be admitted as an expert in forensic firearm examination and identification.
Thank you. Ms. Seneschal, can you describe for the jury what is forensic firearms identification?
It's the discipline of forensic science that deals with determining whether 2 or more bullets or cartridge cases were fired by the same firearm, a different firearm, or a particular firearm.
And what makes that type of identification possible?
So the tools that create firearm parts change with each pass, leaving different markings on each item they produce. You can think of this as you would think of using sandpaper on a piece of wood. If you're sanding wood, you're changing the wood. Sure. So if you're sanding wood, you're changing the wood, but you're also changing the sandpaper. So you take that changed sandpaper and sand another piece of wood. You're going to leave different markings on the wood, and the sandpaper changes again. And this will continue until the sandpaper is used up and thrown away. So the firearm parts that are created that have these unique markings then transfer those markings to the fired bullets and the fired cartridge cases.
And how do you make an identification or a comparison?
So when we do a comparison, we are going to use a comparison microscope. So we're going to mount two objects on the separate stages of a comparison microscope. So a comparison microscope is two microscopes connected by an optical bridge, allowing one to view the objects as if they are side by side and under the same degree of magnification. So we'll put two objects on the separate stages, and we will look for patterns of agreement or patterns of disagreement.
And what type of characteristics are you looking for?
There are three types of characteristics: individual, class, and subclass. So the class characteristics are the measurable and observable surface features. They are determined prior to manufacture by the manufacturer. They could include things like caliber, the number of lands and grooves in a rifled barrel. So those are those raised and depressed areas that the manufacturer imparts in the barrel to give the bullet spin and stability in flight. Class characteristics could also include the shape of the firing pin. Then we have individual characteristics. These are the random imperfections and irregularities of a tool surface. They are created incidental to manufacture or through use, corrosion, and wear. The manufacturer has no control over them. And then we have subclass characteristics. So sometimes the tools that create firearm parts do not change with each pass, and consecutively manufactured items may have similar marks on them. The following analogy may help to clarify the distinction between them. So if you are looking for your car in a parking lot and you drive a blue four-door sedan, you begin by eliminating any vehicle that is not a blue four-door sedan. So that's like class characteristics, because there are many blue four-door sedans on the road. Well, your vehicle had one door that was slightly darker than the others due to a contaminant that was in the paint during manufacture. More than one vehicle was produced with this contaminated paint prior to it being discovered. So that's like subclass characteristics. So in order to find your vehicle, we need to go to the individual characteristics. These would be things particular to your vehicle, like the VIN number, the license plate number, damage to the exterior, or your personal belongings inside the vehicle.
And is this type of identification that you've described generally accepted in the field?
Yes.
What can you test for, and what results can you reach if you only have cartridge casings and bullets but no firearm?
So if we only have the fired cartridge cases or the fired bullets, I can determine if they were fired by the same firearm or a different firearm, but not a particular firearm. One other potential limitation you may have when you don't have a firearm is the ability to eliminate subclass potential. So subclass characteristics are directly related to the manufacturing process, so they are predictable. And there are times, in order to eliminate the potential for subclass characteristics, you need the firearm. You need to make a cast of either the barrel or the breech face to determine which manufacturing processes were used and see if you can or cannot eliminate subclass potential.
Slow down just a little bit.
Okay, I'll go slower. There are times, though, where you can eliminate the potential for subclass characteristics without a firearm.
I need you to actually go slow.
Okay, I feel like I'm going slow. Okay, I'm gonna try harder.
And did you have an opportunity to review evidence submitted in this case?
Yes.
What types of items did you review?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes.
So in this case, I received 14 fired cartridge cases, a fired jacket fragment, a fired bullet jacket and 1 lead fragment and 2 fired bullets.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Seneschal, I'll show you these exhibits which have been previously introduced into evidence. These are states 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 42, 43, 44, 46, and 75. That should be 12. And I ask you if you recognize those items.
Yes.
And are those the fired cartridge casings that you examined in connection with this case?
Yes.
How are you able to tell that?
So there is the lab barcode with the lab case number, the lab item number, and then I have my initials on it.
And then looking at states exhibits 120, 121, 122, and 123, do you recognize those items?
Yes.
And what are those?
These are the fired bullets or portions of fired bullets.
And are those the ones you examined in this case?
Yes.
I'll take those back from you. And Ms. Seneschal, did you prepare a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, what I've, what I've done for these lab reports is I've put the full lab report on a disk, including all of the underlying data, the chain of custody information, and I will mark it as states 127. And then I have Ms. Seneschal's summary report, which I will mark as 127A.
Any objection?
Your Honor, no objection.
127, excuse me, 127A will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Seneschal, if I may approach with states 127A. And does that appear to be a complete and accurate copy of your summary report?
Yes.
Perfect. Ms. Seneschal, can you walk us through how you completed your comparison in this case?
Okay, so I start by retrieving the items from our evidence vault within our section. I transfer the custody to myself, and then I begin my worksheet and I open the items and look at the class characteristics. If the class characteristics are similar, I will group those items together and do a microscopic examination on the comparison microscope, looking at the individual characteristics or potentially subclass characteristics, and looking for patterns of agreement or patterns of disagreement.
And can you describe what you observed with regard to lab items 1 and then 29 through 39?
So they had similar class characteristics, and the microscopic examination determined that the items 1 and 29 through 39 cartridge cases were fired by the same firearm.
What types of things were you looking for in order to make that determination?
With these items, I used the breech face impression.
And can you describe what that is?
So the breech face is going to be the forwardmost part of the breech block that sits against the case, the head of the cartridge case in the firearm. So the cartridge case, the head of the cartridge case is going to be marked by the breech face during the firing process.
And how are you able to decide whether or not something is a match when you look at that?
So when I'm looking at them, I am looking for patterns of agreement. So the same characteristics in the same location and the whole pattern of them, not just one. So in this case, there was sufficient agreement of the fine short linear detail on the primer and the gross short linear detail on the case head.
And you described comparing two items side by side previously. So just kind of walking through step by step, you'd take item 1, item 29, and look at those two items side by side?
Yes, so I would, in this case, I used item 1 as a reference, so I did item 1 to item 29.
Slow down, slow down.
Item 1 to item 30, item 1 to item 31.
And in all of those comparisons, what was your conclusion?
So that all of those items, items 1 and items 29 through 39, were fired by the same firearm.
And then how about lab items 40 through 43?
So so item 40 was a jacket fragment, and that was inconclusive to items 41 through 43. So meaning there was agreement of the class characteristics between item 40 and the items 41 through 43. However, the comparison of microscopic characteristics was inconclusive. Therefore, the item 40 jacket fragment could not be identified or eliminated as having been fired by the same firearm as the items 41 through 43 jacket and bullets.
And what would lead that to be an inconclusive result?
So in this instance, item 40 was just a portion of a jacket, and it did not have a lot of detail to use.
And how about item 41?
So items 41 through 43, which were jacket and bullets, they were determined to be okay, so there was agreement of all discernible class and individual characteristics, possible individual characteristics between the items 41 through 43 jacket and bullets. However, the potential for subclass carryover could not be eliminated. Therefore, the items 41 through 43 jacket and bullets were either fired by the same firearm or by a different firearm manufactured with the same tool in the same approximate state of wear. So in this instance, without the firearm, I was not able to eliminate the potential for subclass characteristics. So I can narrow it down saying they were either fired by the same firearm or a different firearm manufactured by the same tool in the same approximate state of wear.
And were you able to determine a caliber for those items?
Yes, for some of them. So the caliber of the item 40 jacket fragment could not be determined. The item 41 jacket was determined to be caliber 38 class, 9mm, 38, or 357. The caliber of the item 41 lead fragment was unable to be determined. The item 42 bullet was determined to be caliber 38 class, 9mm, 38, or 357. The item 43 bullet was determined to be caliber 38 class, 9mm, 38, or 357.
Following your examination, what did you do with this evidence?
So once I complete my examination, I request a microscopic verification. So another qualified examiner will take these items of evidence and come to independent conclusions to verify whether my conclusions were valid. Then, after that is complete, we do an administrative and technical review. So that's going to be looking at my documentation, determining if it supports my conclusions, whether I followed lab procedures, and checking for clerical accuracy.
And then what happens?
And when the review process is complete, we can release the report to the agency, and I can return the items of evidence to the secure evidence vault in our section, and our evidence control section can return those items to the agency.
And did you follow that procedure in this case?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are all the questions I have for Ms. Seneschal. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Judge, thank you. And before I say it, can you please pronounce your name again so I say it correctly?
It's Le Seneschal.
La Seneschal. Miss La Seneschal, good morning.
Good morning.
You started your questioning today in reference to your background, your experience.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned that you work at the State Crime Lab, correct?
Yes.
And you've worked there for 3.5 years.
Yes.
And so you started in May of 2022?
Yes.
And prior to working there, where was your employment?
The Wilmington Police Department?
Okay. And when you were at the Wilmington Police Department, did you have a similar role in examining evidence for them?
I was a crime scene technician and the crime scene unit supervisor, so I did not do this type of examination there.
Okay. But after you left, which would have been in what year did you leave the Wilmington Police Department?
2022.
Okay. Then you immediately started taking these classes to prepare yourself for the position you're in right now. Is that correct?
I did my training program once I was hired by the State Crime Lab.
So you started that in May of 2022.
Yes.
And you began your testing of these items in May of 2022, or do you recall when you started actually testing these items?
So I did not begin this examination until December 3rd of 2025.
Okay. And so this would have been after you've had at least 3 years of experience before you started testing material for this case. Is that correct?
So our training program is long. I was released for casework in April of 2024.
Okay. And in that time, a rough estimate, how many firearm comparisons have you completed between the time you were released or able to do it in 2024 and now?
Since really hundreds of comparisons.
And so you have had situations before where maybe you had projectiles and shell casings, but no firearm. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had mentioned that when you're looking at these, when you're doing this analysis, there are 3 major characteristics or 3 classes that you're looking at.
Yes.
And I apologize if I don't say it perfect, but bear with me. So first you have the class characteristics.
Yes.
And those are like the big characteristics.
Yes, it's a broader, larger group.
And instead of using a firearm, I'm going to use a car since most of us are familiar with that. So a class characteristic would be like a Tesla. Like everyone can kind of recognize this brand
Yes.
manufacturer. And then after that, I don't know if this is in any specific order, then you talked about individual characteristics
Yes.
and subclass characteristics.
Yes.
Before I get into kind of what those mean, is there an order in which do you start with class and then go to subclass, or do you start with class and then you go to individual?
So we start with class, then we look at individual, and if there is a sufficient pattern of agreement of individual characteristics, or what we think might be individual, that's when we do the assessment of subclass. Could these be subclass, or are they indeed individual characteristics?
Okay. And so if we're talking about the car, it's a Tesla, all these Teslas have the same rims, the same door handles, the same way in which the car starts, but maybe there's something unique because there's a dent that may separate one from the other. Is that where we might get into individual characteristics?
Individual characteristics would be the things particular to one vehicle only, such as the VIN number.
Okay, the VIN number, okay. And then the subclass, because it's still made by the same manufacturer, may have a different VIN number. How would we separate within that subclass? I think you mentioned maybe there was an issue with the paint, and maybe there was the door was a little different than the others. Is that where we get to when we get the subclass?
Yeah, subclass is still indicative of a restricted group source, so it's a smaller group, but it's not one item.
Okay. And so when we're looking at these shell casings, start there. You mentioned that you started with one, and then you started comparing one, and then we're talking item number, not the state's evidence number. You compared item 1 to item 29.
Yes.
And first you would literally take this shell casing and you would look at it with your naked eye to kind of see what thing, obviously with gloves on, but you would look and see what characteristics were noticeable.
Yes.
Did you remark in your report or your note maybe the name of the manufacturer or the initials on these shell casings?
Yes, we do note the manufacturer.
And so for item 1, who was the manufacturer?
Remington.
Okay. And based on your training and experience, do you know what, or do you recall from this case, if there are any words, initials, or things written on these shell casings along the back of the shell casing or along the side of it?
I did not note that there were any marks placed on item 1 prior to me receiving it. I did.
Okay. But you would have looked to see that the way you would identify it was a Remington is because it says it on the shell casing. Is that correct?
Yes, the case head. The case head had R-P 9mm Luger on it.
Okay, thank you. And then item 29, did it have a similar insignia on it?
Yes, item 29 did have.
And for brevity's sake, items 30, 31, 32, and 33 all had similar insignias on them. Is that correct?
Yes.
But items 34 and 35 had something different. What was that manufacturer?
Winchester.
Okay. And although they are different manufacturers, they're still in the same class?
Yes, they are the same caliber, and they were all 9mm Luger caliber, and the firing pin shape was hemispherical, the firing pin aperture shape was round, the breech face detail type was linear, so the other class characteristics that I looked at were also similar.
And when you're talking about the other class characteristics, are these individual class characteristics that you're referring to?
No.
We're still talking about the class characteristics. Okay. But what you're saying is although the first 5 or so items, make sure I get it right, items 1, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33, those were the Remington that had the RP on them. And then items 34 and 35 were the Winchester. Although they were different brands, they were still the same class, correct?
Yes.
And that means that they can be fired from the same gun.
Yes.
Okay. And then moving along, items 36 through 39, those were of what manufacturer? Do you recall?
Remington.
Okay. And once you kind of looked at these and said these are of the same class, when you were discussing, I think, when we got to items 41 through 43, those are the projectiles, correct? The fragments?
40 through 43, yes.
40 through 43. Now, were you able to determine that those fragments were connected to the shell casings of 1 through 39?
No, that is not something we can determine.
Okay. And so after we get this class, then you're taking your microscope and you're kind of comparing these markings, correct?
Yes.
And you say you look for patterns of agreement. Were there any patterns of disagreement between any of these shell casings that you notated while you're looking at them in your microscope?
The only thing that I noted was that item 35 had less breech face impression detail than the other items, but there was still sufficient agreement.
Okay. And so when we're going through this process, this isn't like, we'll say, you're not a DNA comparison, so I'm going to rephrase that, strike that. The probability of match, is there a probability that you use to determine that these are actually similar, maybe percentage-wise or something along those lines?
No, we don't use probabilities or percentages.
And so it's either a match or not a match.
Or it could be inconclusive, where there's just not enough information to make a definitive determination.
And if these items came from the same firearm, would there be a reason that you know or you're aware of why item 35 would be different from these other ones?
Yes, there's lots of factors that can affect how the items mark, and that could be due to ammunition, the type of ammunition. It could be due to pressure associated with that ammunition, the composition, if it's brass versus nickel.
Now, the conditions in which the projectile is shot through, whether it's hot or it's cold, nighttime, daytime, whether it's raining, does that also affect the tool markings and things that you recover and you test?
That should not affect.
Okay. And when we're dealing with just these projectiles, you had mentioned that 40 was in such a small or deteriorated state, you could not make a true match or comparison with the other three, I guess 2 or 3 projectiles. Is that correct?
Yes, 40 was just a jacket fragment.
Okay. Now, when making determination of what type of firearm shot these shell casings and shot these projectiles, were you able to make a determination of that?
I do not know which firearm fired these items.
Okay. And would there be anything else other than the actual firearm that would get you closer to that answer?
The one thing we could do is run a GRC list, which is a general rifling characteristics database, where you can put in some of these class characteristics, and it could give you a list of potential firearms that have fired. So it would give you a make and a model of firearms that could potentially have fired them.
And did you carry out that task of looking to see if that information was available, if you can find it, or is that something you have to wait to be asked by law enforcement to do?
Correct. We need a request for that from the submitting agency.
One moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Couple more questions. Can you definitively say that items 42 and 43 were fired from the same firearm based on your observations and your analysis?
Items 42 and 43?
Yes, ma'am.
No, because of the potential for subclass carryover. So the most I can say is that they were fired by the same firearm or by a different firearm manufactured with the same tool in the same approximate state of wear.
And I had asked you a question about this testing, additional testing that is possible. To be clear, you were not requested to do that additional testing. Is that correct?
I was not requested to do a GRC search, no.
Thank you. A GRC search. No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for being here, Special Agent. You're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, the state will call Sergeant Goodwin to the stand.
Left hand on the Bible and raise the right. It's not a testimony about to give this court and jury to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Keith Goodwin, Keithgoodwin.
And where do you work?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been there?
Since July of 2013.
And what's your current position with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently the Sergeant of the Criminal Investigations Division.
What other roles have you had at the Sheriff's Office since 2013?
I started out in the detention facility for a couple of months. I worked on the patrol division for 2.5 years. I come to investigations in 2016. In 2019, I was assigned to the FBI Safe Streets Task Force out of Raleigh. And then in 2024, I became sergeant in investigations and come off the task force. And that's my current role.
And drawing your attention to September 18th of 2022, did you respond to the area off of Buckhorn Road where the bodies were located?
I did.
And why did you respond there?
Received a phone call from my captain at the time, Captain Ray, about 2 individuals that were on 4-wheelers going down an access road that located 2 deceased bodies.
And about what time was that call?
I would say it was 3:30 that afternoon, 3:30 that afternoon, best of my knowledge.
And what happened when you arrived on scene?
The first thing that I noticed, pulled over at the intersection of Buckhorn and Yarborough, on the opposite side of the road from where the crime scene was. I noticed that there was already a crime scene tape put up. Several investigators were standing around. I saw several evidence markers on the ground. I first went to Deputy Sampson, who was maintaining the crime scene log, to have her put me down for the time that I arrived. After that, I walked up the access road. There's a little bit of an incline going up to the top where ultimately the bodies were located. Saw several items of evidence that had already been marked, to include shell casings and what appeared to be blood spatter at the time at the top of the hill.
And what else did you observe on scene?
So of importance, one of the first things that I noticed was that both kids, Devin and Lyric, were lying on their backs, off to the side of the initial access road area, as you saw in some of the crime scene photos. Both of their arms were out to the side in a T, like a T formation, and both of their legs were down, straight out, with Lyric having one of her legs being slightly bent. As I looked at the bodies as they were laying there, I noticed that Devin's pants were down just below midways of his thighs, and you could see his boxer briefs. And what stood out to me was that there was gravel on the front part of Devin's boxer briefs around his private part area. There was also dirt that I observed on the top part of Devin's right sock at the top of his toes. Devin's sweatshirt was pulled up, as it's been previously testified to, and there was also dirt on the front of Devin's sweatshirt. It should be one of the other things that was very interesting was Devin's pants were pulled down, or they were down below his boxer briefs, and as it was testified previously, there was from the medical examiner, there was a bullet hole in the right thigh of Devin's leg. The hole in Devin's pants was down right above his knee, with no wound being observed there, as if Devin had been drugged from his stomach and then ultimately rolled over. One thing that I noticed on Lyric's body was that there was a bullet hole around the front part of her sweatshirt, where there was also dirt or dust from the gravel located there as well, meaning that she at some point would have been face down and then ultimately rolled over into the position that we discovered them in.
What, if anything else, did you do while you were on scene?
I didn't do, I attempted to find evidence, but everything that was already marked is the only thing that I found, and then I left before the scene was cleared.
And later in the evening on September 18th, did you respond to the residence of Dexter Clark?
I did.
And where is that?
Dexter lived off of Holt Street in the city limits of Mebane.
And why did you go there?
Captain Ray had called and said that he had a phone conversation with Dexter about him noticing that his firearm was missing after he had learned that Devin had been shot and killed.
What happened at Mr. Clark's residence?
I arrived there with Investigator Hall. We walked around to the rear of the residence where Dexter was at. He invited us inside, went to a brown, if you will, dresser drawer with multiple drawers in it. He opened up the top right drawer of the dresser, showed us the box that the firearm was in, showed us the box of ammunition, and said, obviously, the firearm's not here. I was able to manually observe the bullets that were in the box and remembered seeing the shell casings that were at the scene and knowing that they were the same.
And what made you believe that they were the same?
The markings on the stamping on the backside of the shell or the bullet.
What, if anything else, in relation to this investigation did you do on September 18th?
After leaving from Dexter's house in Mebane, I responded back to the sheriff's office with the evidence, the bullets that were collected, and as being a part of the FBI task force at the time, I called them to request assistance in this case.
And what type of assistance were your colleagues on the task force able to provide?
They could do search warrants, court orders, phone information. They could be another assistance in neighborhood canvassing, interviews, apprehension, once we determined who the suspect was, things of that nature.
And were they able to assist in this case?
Yes.
Moving forward to the following morning, Monday, September 19th, can you describe what occurred on that morning?
Yeah, so that morning, that evening of the 18th, when I had the phone call with one of the members on the task force, they agreed to meet at the sheriff's office at 9 a.m. and we held a briefing at the office to kind of go over everything that needed to be done, what had been done, and who could do it. And so after the briefing was concluded, I went with the members of the task force and started completing different types of search warrants, court orders, and stuff of that nature.
Now, at this time, did you all have Lyric's electronic devices that her family had provided?
We did.
And what, if anything, did you do with those devices?
There were search warrants completed, forensic download, scratch that. The parents gave us consent, so we did not do a search warrant. A forensic download was completed. I was able to review the forensic download. I was able to review the actual device itself and see the contents of conversations via Snapchat, as that's how I knew that they had met up, essentially, on the early morning hours of the 17th.
Can you just briefly describe for the jury what a forensic download means?
Forensic download is a download that it's a software that we have here at the sheriff's office that we plug the device into, and it extracts, makes a digital copy of everything that's on the device. Once we have the download, we then put it into a different software to generate a report. And once we have the report, we are able to go through and read everything in a more streamlined way than having to go through all the apps on the phone and stuff like that.
When a forensic download is conducted, are you able to manipulate the data at all?
No.
And in reviewing Lyric's device forensic downloads, were you able to determine a Snapchat account for her?
I was, yes.
And what was that?
Lyric Isabella, 2 A's, no space.
And what, if anything, did you see on her Snapchat account?
I noticed that there was communication in the early morning hours of Saturday, September 17th to Snapchat account basketball_1296.
At that time, did you know who basketball_1296 was?
At that time, I did not.
What did you do once I discovered these messages to that Snapchat account?
Sent a search warrant to Snapchat for the account information for basketball_1296.
And, sorry.
As well as for Lyric's Snapchat account.
And what type of information were you hoping to receive from Snapchat?
Knowing how Snapchat operates, I know that data can be limited. So I was hoping to obtain any type of text communication between the two accounts to have more information on what exactly was taking place and what if any, anybody else they had talked to leading up to this image that was captured on her Snapchat, screenshot, if you will.
Your Honor, this time I would seek, one question. Did you receive a return from Snapchat?
I did, yes.
At this time, I would seek to introduce States Exhibit 128 and accompanying affidavit, States Exhibit 129, the Snapchat return by stipulation.
Just so clarify, the Snapchat return, is it for both Snapchat's accounts that we have been talking about?
No, ma'am, it is just for basketball_1296.
Okay. And let's show number 128 is the Snapchat search warrant return for the account basketball_1296.
Yes, Your Honor.
And number 129 is the affidavit, business records affidavit accompanying that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to the admission of states 128 and 129?
No objection to those. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. States 128 and 129 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The stipulation also includes that the subscriber identifier basketball 1296 belonged to Devin Clark.
Let me just clarify. Is that an exhibit that you're admitting, or is that a stipulation between the parties, or you just let me know?
This is a stipulation between the parties, Your Honor.
All right, may I have that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The state of North Carolina, by and through the Assistant District Attorney, represents to the court that the state and the defendant have entered into the following stipulation. 1, information including subscriber information, communication content, and transactional metadata was obtained by investigators in this case from Snap Inc., the parent company of the Snapchat app, for subscriber identified as basketball_1296. Number 2, those records are business records of the description contained in North Carolina Rule of Evidence 803, subsection 6, and such records may be authenticated by affidavit. The records obtained by law enforcement are relevant to this trial and are not otherwise inadmissible. Number 3, the parties further stipulate that the subscriber identifier basketball_1296 belonged to Devin Clark, and that these records are being introduced as State's Exhibit number 128. All right. Thank you, Madam DA.
Thank you. Sergeant Goodwin, did you have an opportunity to review that return from Snapchat?
I was, yes.
And did you find any messages between Lyric Isabella and the owner of this account, Mr. Clark?
I did, yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Sergeant Goodwin, I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 130 and 131, and ask you if you recognize those.
Yes.
And what are States 30 and 131?
States 130 is the communication thread from Lyric and Devin, using the Lyric Isabella with 2 A's and basketball_1296 Snapchat usernames.
And can you please walk the jury through what the content of those messages is?
Yes.
Okay, I hate to interrupt. Can we get a time frame we're talking about here, or at least the beginning of the chat?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Looking at States 130, are there timestamps connected with those messages?
Yes.
And is this an extraction report from the software that you mentioned earlier?
It is, yes.
What does the timestamp say?
The timestamp says on the first message, 5:21:13 a.m.
And what time zone or time zone, sure, are we talking about at natively for these messages?
That would be UTC.
What's UTC?
4 hours faster than Eastern Standard Time.
And so to convert that time to Eastern Standard Time, what time would that first message be?
1:21 a.m.
Thank you. And who contacted who at 1:21 a.m.?
Lyric contacted Devin.
And what does that message say?
It gives Lyric's address.
And then are there additional messages?
Yes.
And what is the next message?
At these are all on 9/17. That Saturday morning at 1:22 a.m. She sends a screenshot telling Devin where to pick her up.
And is that screenshot States Exhibit 131?
It is, yes.
And what does it appear to be contained in that screenshot?
It shows where Lyric currently was. She screenshots the area, circles it, and then sends it to Devin.
Could y'all approach real quick?
Your Honor, this time the state would move to admit States Exhibits 130 and 131.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, states 130 and 131 will be admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. And after the screenshot, what is the next message?
Also, on 9/17 at 1:22 a.m., it says park there.
And what's the next message after that?
The same date, the same time. It says like on the side of the road on that side.
And how about the next message?
Same date and same time, and cut the lights off when you there.
And how about the next message?
Same date and same time till I get in the car. And those are all from Lyric to Devin.
And is that the entirety of the messages that you located between Lyric and Devin?
Yes.
May I reapproach the witness?
You may.
And may I publish States 131 to the jury?
You may. Just 131?
Just 131. Just want to hold it up.
Yes.
May I reposition, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Did you find any other messages between Devin and Lyric in the Snapchat return?
Between them two? No.
Is that unusual?
No.
And why not?
Snapchat is known for once you send something to someone, it deletes itself. And so in this instance, some of the messages or photos or whatever else could have been sent could have been deleted.
In reviewing the Snapchat return, did you find any other messages that Devin sent that night?
I did.
And could you just give a brief overview of what those messages were?
Devin was inquiring a ride from some friends about meeting up with Lyric to, I guess, to perform some type of sexual favors or some sort.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Sergeant Goodwin, I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 132 and ask you if you recognize this.
I do.
And what is contained in State's Exhibit 132?
It is the extraction report for basketball _1296 and a conversation with a username JAHDEEZYYY.
And what's the date and time on that conversation?
As it appears here, it is 9/17/2022 at 3:01 and 40 seconds a.m.
And is that in UTC or Eastern Standard Time?
This is in UTC.
So what would that be in Eastern Standard?
11:01 p.m. on the night of the 16th.
Your Honor, this time I would move to admit State's 132.
And if I could just clarify, Madam DA, is this an extraction report from a phone or from Snapchat?
From Snapchat.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any objection to State's number 132?
No objection to its submission, Judge.
State's 132 will be admitted.
Sergeant Goodwin, could you walk us through the messages between basketball _1296 and Jadizi?
The first message on 9/16/2022 at 11:01 p.m. Devin sends the message to Jadizi, "Hell you doing, fool?"
And what's the next message?
On 9/16 at 11:05 p.m., Jadizi responds, "NSGNG."
And do you have any sort of opinion about what that means?
I do.
What is that?
Not shit gang.
And how about the next message?
Devin responds to Jadizi at 11:05 and says, "You try and get 8 tonight."
And do you have any opinion about what that means?
I do, yes.
And what do you think that means?
Oral sex.
And how about the next message?
Jadizi replies back at the same date and time stamp at 11:05 p.m. Says, "By who?" with an emoji,
And what emoji is it?
a laughing face.
And does Devin respond?
He does, yes.
What does he say?
At 11:05 p.m., same date, LMAO, that bitch lyric.
And what does LMAO mean, if you know?
Laughing my ass off.
And what's the next message?
Same date at 11:06 p.m., Devin responds back, "She said she'll eat both us."
And what's the next message?
Same date, same timestamp at 11:06 p.m. It's 2 laughing emojis from Devin to Jadizi.
And how about the next message?
Jadizi responds the same date, same time at 11:06 p.m. and says, wait, what? With two, what appears to be laughing emojis.
And does Devin respond?
Yes, he does.
What does he say?
At 11:07 p.m. on the same date, LMAO OMM but shit WTW.
Do you have any idea what any of those acronyms mean?
I do, yes.
And what do they mean?
Laughing my ass off on my mama, but shit, what's the word?
And how about the next message?
Devin sends a message to Jadizi at 11:07 p.m. on the night of the 16th. You can get car and shit first.
And how about the next one?
Same date, same time stamp at 11:07 p.m. Two laughing emojis Devin sent to Jadizi.
And the next one?
Jadizi responds at 11:07 p.m. You telling me she don't got no friend or nothing with laughing emojis.
And the next message?
Devin responds to Jadizi at 11:07. LMAO, that's what I asked. And she was like, she not with none of them.
And how about the next one?
Devin then responds again to Jadizi at 11:08 p.m. She wanted me to come beat, but I'm not on wheels. And she was like, since she want to fuck me so bad, she'll fuck whoever I'm with too.
And what's the next message?
Jadizi responds to Devin at 11:10 p.m. Damn, she a eater FS with laughing emojis.
Do you know what FS means?
Yes, it means for sure.
And what's the next message?
Devin responds back, that's what I'm saying, and I'm trying to get 8 at 11:11 p.m. with a laughing emoji.
And the next one?
Devin responds or sends another message to Jadizi at 11:12 p.m. on the same date. So WTW laughing emojis, which indicates what's the word.
And does Jadizi respond?
He does at 11:23 p.m.
And what does it say?
It depends on where she CS. I don't got no gas. Maybe a crying emoji.
Do you know what CS means?
I do not.
And then is there, well, what does the next message say?
Devin sends another message at 1:05 a.m. with two laughing emojis to Jadizi.
So it jumped from 11:23 p.m. to 1:05 a.m.
That's correct.
And then were there any other messages between the two of them that evening?
No,
Were you ever able to determine who Jadizi is?
I was not.
Were there any other messages that Devin sent that night?
There was.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Sergeant Goodwin, I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 133 and ask you if you recognize it.
I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 133?
It is a group chat with 11 individuals with several messages back and forth.
And is that also from the Snapchat return?
It is, yes.
And looking at the first message there, who sent that message?
Devin.
And what time was that?
It shows 9/17/2022 at 4:46 with 14 seconds a.m.
And is that in UTC or Eastern time?
That's in UTC.
So what would that be in Eastern time?
12:46 a.m.
Your Honor, this time I would move State's Exhibit 133.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
States 133 will be admitted.
And what message does Devin send at that time?
He ats the name POURTRIS, you on wheels, on 9/17 at 12:46 a.m.
And do you have an opinion about what he was asking?
Yes, he was asking somebody for a ride.
And what's the next message there?
Devin sends another message to the group on 9/17 at 12:47 a.m. Who on wheels and want free buns?
Do you have an opinion about what that means?
I do.
And what's that?
He is essentially offering up sex for anybody that can give him a ride.
And what's the next message?
Devin sends another message 9/17 at 12:47 a.m. basically with 3 laughing emojis.
He says basically, or does the message actually say basically?
Yes.
Other than what we've just walked through, did you find any other messages that Devin sent that night?
No.
I want to shift gears a little bit to the back to Monday the 19th. At some point, did you receive information from Captain Ray?
I did, yes.
And what information did you receive?
He had spoken to an individual by the name of Christian Sykes, who talked on the phone, said that Mr. Ross had confessed to him about what had taken place and provided a phone number for Mr. Ross.
And what was that number?
Area code 908-440-5523.
What, if any, steps did you all take with that information during your investigation?
And the database that we have that's available to us in law enforcement, plug that telephone number in to see who it comes back to. It come back to Mr. Ross as it had been used by him before for whatever reason, and an address of 309 Moore Road in Mebane, which was the address of Antoine Bryant.
And what happened next in your investigation?
Several investigators went to Antoine's house, not knowing if Mr. Ross would be there or not. Made contact with Mr. Bryant, who then decided he would come down to the office for an interview. And other investigators went to Deerfield Trace, where Mr. Ross's mother lived, as that was also an address listed in the database.
And what, if any, part did you have in that, in what happened next?
I interviewed Mr. Bryant at the sheriff's office.
And were you then informed of anything that was discovered at Deerfield Trace?
Yes.
What was that?
They had located Mr. Ross's mother's vehicle in question that had damage to the right front fender.
And at some point, were you informed that that vehicle was being seized?
Yes, I was.
And what were the next steps that you took?
Completed a search warrant for the vehicle, and later that evening it was executed.
Were you there?
I was, yes.
And who else was with you?
Investigator Baldwin, Investigator Hendricks, and Investigator Vila.
What, if any, observations did you make about the vehicle?
Initially, looking at the outside, obviously, Investigator Baldwin was taking his photos, but on the outside, front right fender above the tire, I noticed what appeared to be small spots of blood, what appeared to be blood. Those were obviously marked as key pieces of evidence. Once Investigator Baldwin finished taking his photos on the outside and the inside, utilizing gloves and stuff, flashlight, there was a couple of brown stains that appeared on the driver's side and passenger side by where the legs go down under the center console. That I pointed out. I noticed in the back hatch area of the GMC Terrain there was a booster seat that it was just upside down, not in any like particular order. There was a can of Pringles that had been opened, and the Pringle chips were all over the back of the hatch or the back area. And there was also a bottle or a container of Armor All wipes where the lid was still open.
And were you present throughout the processing of the vehicle?
I was, yes.
Were you present when the luminol testing was completed?
I was, yes.
Can you describe that process?
As Investigator Baldwin testified, he put on protective gear, head to toe, to move the vehicle from inside of our sally port at the jail down behind the detention facility where it was complete darkness. Then we utilized a tarp over top. We utilized a tarp over top to have complete darkness inside. And after the collection of evidence on the outside of the vehicle inside the sally port, he sprayed luminol on the areas that we believed to have been blood at the time, and it lit up as he said it, as he described that it would, in the very bright color. After doing the spots on the outside of the vehicle, we moved to the inside of the vehicle, and as he described, not being able to get a picture of it, the dome light, the handprint was very, very prominent, to the point where it looked as if the light was trying to be covered up in complete darkness to not be seen by passing cars, anybody else around the area.
Did you have anything else to do with the processing of that vehicle?
I did.
What was that?
I did a search warrant for the infotainment center, which is the brains inside of the like radio area that connects to the Bluetooth and all those kind of things.
And why did you do that?
To see if there was any data located, if anybody that was present in the vehicle that night would have had their phones connected to the Bluetooth to give any type of identifying information.
And did you ever receive any information from that?
I did not.
In the early stages of your investigation, did you obtain a cell phone number for Devin Clark?
I did.
And where did that number come from?
Lieutenant Hunter provided me that number, who got it from Devin's mother, Tiffany.
And what was the number?
743-244-0344. And
what, if anything, did you do with that information?
I determined what carrier that number belonged to, and found it to be Verizon.
How do you determine what carrier a number belongs to?
We have a database that we can plug in the cell phone number, and it'll tell us any type of identifying information, who's registered to that number, and then who the carrier is.
And why did you take that step?
To try and obtain historical records, any type of communication that may be available for the early morning hours of 9/17 through 9/18 because when we got there that afternoon of the 18th, Devin was not in possession of his cell phone. And I knew that, according to Dad, during my conversations with him, that Devin always had his phone with him.
And how do you obtain those records from the carrier?
I sent in a search warrant for the historical records.
And did you receive a return from Verizon?
I did, yes.
Did you also follow up on the phone number that Christian Sykes had provided for Issiah?
I did, yes.
And what did you do with that information?
The same thing I did for Devin's. I determined what carrier it belonged to, found that it was a T-Mobile number. So I sent in a search warrant to T-Mobile for the historical records on that device as well as completing a court order pin, trap, and trace to get geolocation data every 15 minutes, actively every 15 minutes during the course of the investigation.
Madam DA, might be a good spot to take a quick break.
Certainly, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're at the point where we've taken our morning recess. I know it's been 3 whole days since you've seen me, but I'm assuming you remember all of the rules that I've told you about, so please remember those rules. Everybody else will please remain seated. We'll ask our jury to step out, take a 15-minute recess.
For Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark's phone records from Verizon, and 135 is the affidavit for business records.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 134 and 135 then will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Also have states 136 and 137. 136 being a disk containing the phone records from T-Mobile for the defendant, and 137 being that business records affidavit.
Any objection from the defense?
No objection, Judge. Thank you.
States 136 and 137 will be admitted.
And I have those stipulations for the court as well,
Thank you.
if I may approach.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 stipulations. The first is State of North Carolina through the Assistant District Attorney. The state and the defendant have entered the following stipulation. 1, historical cell site location information and subscriber information for the phone number 743-244-0344. These records are business records and have been authenticated by affidavit as business records. Number 3, the parties further stipulate that the phone number 743-244-0344 belonged to Devin Clark. The next stipulation from the state of North Carolina through the Assistant District Attorney, the state and the defendant have agreed and stipulate 1, historical cell site location information and subscriber information for the phone number 908-440-5523. 2, these records are business records. They have been authenticated by affidavit. Number 3, the parties further stipulate that the number 908-440-5523 5523 belonged to the defendant at the relevant time. Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Goodwin, once you received those records from Verizon and T-Mobile, did you do anything else with them?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Once I received the records for both devices, telephone numbers, I contacted Harrison Putman with the FBI, who, excuse me, who is on their CAS team.
And do you know if Mr. Putman reviewed those records?
He did, yes.
And did he generate a report?
He did, yes.
When did you take out charges against the defendant?
Tuesday, September 20th, 2022, I obtained 2 juvenile petitions for 1 count each of first-degree murder for the deaths of Devin Clark and Lyric Woods. Mr. Ross was then entered into NCIC, which is a national database, wanted for the 2 counts of murder with full extradition.
Sergeant Goodwin, did you have an opportunity to review any surveillance video in connection with this case?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And where was that from?
The Petro gas station located at 500 Buckhorn Road in Mebane.
Can you describe where the Petro is in reference to where the bodies were found?
The Petro is approximately 2 miles north on Buckhorn Road from where the bodies were discovered.
So approximately how long would it take to drive there?
Give or take 5 minutes.
And what time frame did you gather for the Petro video?
I will remember between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. on the morning of 9/17/2022.
And did you observe anything relevant on the Petro video during that time frame?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this will be State's Exhibit 138, the Petro video by stipulation.
Are you moving that into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 138 would be omitted.
And I have the stipulation for the court.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, state, through the Assistant District Attorney, presents that the state and the defendant have entered into the following stipulation. Investigators with the Orange County Sheriff's Office obtained surveillance video from the Petro Travel Center located at 500 Buckhorn Road here in Mebane, or in Mebane, excuse me, we're not actually in Mebane. 2, the surveillance video obtained by law enforcement is relevant to this trial and is not otherwise inadmissible. And 3, without objection, the state introduced the video as State's Exhibit number 138 without need for further authentication. Ms. Orr?
Thank you, Your Honor. And I've discussed this with Mr. Trapp, but because this video takes quite a long time to load via disk, I've put an exact copy on my desktop and I have it open and ready to play.
If there's any problems with that, Mr. Trapp, please let me know.
No, Your Honor, for efficiency's sake, I think this is the best way to do it.
Would you like to publish that to the jury?
Not quite yet, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
Investigator Goodwin, can you describe what you saw on the Petro video?
Yes, so it should be noted that the video was off. The video timestamp was 2:11 to 2:19 around the time that we've got here. I observed, upon viewing the video, I observed a white GMC Terrain traveling north on Buckhorn Road enter the parking lot from the far east side. It'd been the first entrance of coming north on Buckhorn. Car pulls around initially to the far east side gas pumps. Mr. Ross gets out, realizes that the gas tank is on the opposite side of the vehicle. He then drives around from the far east to the next one over, where you can see in the video the vehicle strikes the concrete post. You can see the vehicle jolt back and forth. After several attempts of backing up and pulling forward, Mr. Ross finally gets to a gas pump, and it's where he's seen exiting the vehicle and walking up to the window to pay.
And in reviewing this video as compared with the other evidence in the case, does it appear that the timestamp on the video is accurate?
When compared, so no, it does not. When compared with the cell phone data, historical data that we got back, the video appears to be 10 minutes slow. So 2:11 in the video would actually be 2:21.
And in your experience, have you encountered store surveillance video that reflects the incorrect timestamp previously?
All the time.
Your Honor, now at this time I would ask to publish a portion of this state's 138 to the jury.
All right, just give us a time frame.
Yes, Your Honor. The timestamp on the video where I will start it is 9/17/2022. The timestamp on the video is 2/11/33. All right, starting the video at 2/11/33. For the record, I have stopped the video at timestamp 2:19:56. And Sergeant Goodwin, the first time that Issiah, well, let me ask you this first. The person depicted on this video has blonde hair.
Correct.
Can you describe how you identified this person as the defendant?
Based off of the information that was obtained from Christian and social media.
And when he's approaching the camera the first time, what, if anything, do you notice he's holding or carrying?
So through my training and experience, past investigations that I've completed, surveillance that I've been on when I was with the task force, the mannerisms of him as he is walking up to the window are indicative of him possessing a firearm and concealing it in his front jacket pocket.
Sustained.
I actually asked about the first time he was approaching, before he turned around and went back to the vehicle. What, if anything, did you notice in his hand?
He had a cell phone in his hand.
The direction that the vehicle was seen exiting from the gas station, where does that go?
It goes back out onto Buckhorn Road.
Jumping ahead, or switching subjects, did you have an opportunity to review the ring camera footage that Ms. Cordero provided to Investigator Borland?
Yes, I did.
We can take that down now. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Thank you. And what, if anything, did you observe about that footage?
I determined that it was on the morning of the 16th, that Friday, and it was not relevant to this investigation.
Did you take any steps to obtain ring footage for the correct time frame?
I did, yes.
And what was that?
I obtained a search warrant from Ring, or to Ring, for the dates of September 16th through September 19th.
And did you obtain any response to your search warrant?
No, they indicated that they were not able to locate responsive records for the identifiers referenced in the legal process, and that no videos were available for the date and time requested.
Jumping ahead again, and Sergeant Goodwin, to October 5th of 2022. On that day, did you receive any information relevant to this investigation?
I did, yes.
What was that?
I had been, since obtaining the juvenile petitions on Mr. Ross, knowing that he had went to Delaware based off of historical phone records, I was in communication with a task force officer with the FBI in Delaware, who was also employed by the Delaware State Police. They had been conducting surveillance on various locations in Delaware known to Issiah, and he informed me that during their investigation for the apprehension, Mr. Ross was taken into custody at his sister's apartment.
And did it take some time for Mr. Ross to get back to North Carolina?
Yes.
About how long?
I want to say sometime around October the 18th, 2022, maybe a couple days before that.
And jumping ahead to that date, the October 18th, did you obtain DNA swabs from Mr. Ross?
I did, yes.
And why did you do that?
I obtained 2 sets of buccal swabs from Mr. Ross for comparison purposes with the evidence that we had collected throughout the case.
And are you trained to conduct or collect such samples?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury how that works?
So as Investigator Baldwin explained, with any type of collection of evidence, you always put gloves on first. Then you take what appears to be an extended Q-tip with only cotton on one end. You take 2, swab the inside of the right cheek, approximately 7 seconds, and you place it into a rectangular box to be packaged into an evidence envelope. You do the same thing with 2 more additional swabs for the left cheek. And you do the same, put it in the rectangular box, put it into a evidence envelope, and then seal it.
And did you complete that entire process for Mr. Ross's swabs?
I did, yes.
And what did you do with the items once you collected them?
I submitted them to our evidence technician, Investigator Baldwin.
Could I have just one moment, Your Honor? May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Goodwin, I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 139 and 140, and ask if you recognize these items.
I do, yes.
And how do you recognize them?
It's got my handwriting, it's got my name as the collecting officer, and then when I sealed it on the back, it's got my initials with the date above and below the seal.
And do those appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you sealed them?
They do, yes.
And what is contained within States Exhibits 139 and 140?
2 buccal swabs from the right cheek and 2 buccal swabs from the left cheek of Mr. Ross.
Your Honor, this time I would move States Exhibits 139 and 140 into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
States 139 and 140 will be admitted.
Sergeant Goodwin, at some point later in your investigation, did you go with Investigator Baldwin to collect a hair sample from Mr. Ross?
I did, yes.
And why did you do that?
We had received information from the hair expert at the crime lab saying that they had located a hair and needed a comparison from Mr. Ross related to this investigation.
And were you present when that sample was collected?
I was, yes.
Were you present when that sample was packaged by Investigator Baldwin?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 141 and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
And what is States Exhibit 141?
It is the full-length head hairs that Mr. Ross pulled himself on the execution of a search warrant.
And does that appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you last saw it?
Yes, it was packaged and sealed by Investigator Baldwin.
And was that done in your presence?
Yes, it was.
All right, this time I would move states 141 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 141 will be admitted.
And if I could have just one moment, Your Honor. I believe those are all the questions I have for Investigator Baldwin at this, Sergeant Goodwin at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, please. And Sergeant Goodwin, I may call you investigator, so I apologize.
That's
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you were working on this case starting out September the 18th, 2022. Is that right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You mentioned you went to the crime scene. You didn't actually locate evidence, but you saw that it had been marked, and you kind of looked around and recognized where they were placed. Is that right?
That's right.
I think you even mentioned that later on in your testimony, when you went to Dexter Clark's house, that you could see the similarity between the bullets that he had in his box at his home in that bullet box and the shell casings that were found on scene. Is that right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And so early on, before you had gotten notifications from the lab or any microscopic comparison, you saw the similarity. Is that right?
I didn't see the similarities from the strike of the primer. I saw the make, caliber that was on the back of the shell casing where it said 9mm, Remington, RP, whatever those things were.
Right. And I didn't mean to imply that you were able to see what a microscope can see, but you, with your, I guess, training and experience and naked eye, could see that there was a similar kind of color make of the bullets you found on the scene off of Buckhorn Road and the bullets that you found when you left Mr. Clark's house. Is that right?
That is correct.
And how you being that you are a sergeant, you have had a lot of experience shooting firearms. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
With training and testing and qualifying, so on and so forth?
Yes, sir.
And also in your investigations of other homicides and assaults and things like that, you've had a chance to look at different shell casings and placements, so on and so forth. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, you went to Mr. Clark's house, we'll say, was it the 19th or the 20th, shortly thereafter?
No, it was the same night of the bodies being discovered.
All right, so on the 18th.
Correct.
Okay. And at some point, did you make a determination or think or ponder that the shell casings that you found at Buckhorn Road came from Mr. Clark's gun?
It was an assumption that I had, but I couldn't prove one way or the other because we didn't have a firearm.
Right, and you're not a scientist, and there are a lot of other things that are out of place, but that was kind of a working theory, at least at that point.
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the next day on the 19th, you mentioned that you had a meeting with the FBI task force. That was early the morning of the 19th. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And after that meeting, you then began to, I guess, put together these search warrants for different entities to get more information. Is that right?
Correct.
And one of those was for Snapchat.
That is correct.
And when you made a request for Snapchat, you made a request for both Lyric Snapchat, which you had from her iPad. Is that right?
That's correct.
And for another Snapchat handle who you didn't, at least at that time, know who it belonged to.
That's correct. Yes.
So the identity of the basketball Snapchat handle was that made after you got your information back from Snapchat, or was that given to you at a later date from another individual? Does that make sense? Okay. Did you understand that that Snapchat for Mr. Basketball, I don't have it right in front of me. When did you identify that that belonged to Devin Clark?
I think it was after several, I can't remember the exact date right offhand, but talking to people, talking to Lyric's family, talking to friends of Devin, I think it was at that point determined, like, this is his Snapchat account. And so we went with that.
And so when you were going through, eventually you found out that who that Snapchat belonged to. You got the return from Snapchat to get the information that we heard, and we'll talk about that in a second. But then there was a question raised to you about the individual that Devin was talking to, not when he was talking to Lyric, not when he was talking in the group chat, but the longer message. Did you go through the same process to determine who that individual is? And I believe his name, the Snapchat handle was JAHDEEZYYY.
No, I did not.
And did you go through the same methods and channels of talking with Lyric's family or talking to Devin's family and or friends to figure out who this individual is?
I did not, because he indicated on the 16th at 11:23 p.m. that he didn't have any gas. And so knowing that he didn't have gas and then another message being sent at 1:05 a.m., I knew that he wasn't the one that went and picked anybody up.
But in your investigation, just getting a better idea of what was going on that night, if he had had any further conversations with Devin, even after or outside of this, that was never followed up on. Is that right?
I knew there was no other conversations had because Devin was deceased.
Well, there was a span of time of almost 2 hours between one message between Jadizzi and what we've later found out was Devin's, and so there was like 2 hours. So you can't be certain of what isn't there, or what conversations they had, because they could have talked in a different platform. Is that correct?
That's feasible, but when I got these returns back, the investigation had already gone on for several months. So this wasn't something that I had the 19th or the 20th or the 21st. This is things that I got I'm not going to say a long time. I don't know the exact date of the return, but by that point, I'd already identified Mr. Ross. They were obviously already found deceased, so there was no need, knowing that what we had was what we had, that Mr. Jadizzi wasn't involved.
Okay. All right, but long and short is because your investigation went one direction, you stopped even looking to see who this individual was. Is that
I didn't
correct?
think it was relevant at the time.
Okay. Now, you had a chance to read through some of the messages that were exchanged that night of Friday, September 16th, going into the 17th. I don't know if you still have those messages in front of you. Now, first, you mentioned you got these messages sometime later.
Correct.
But you had access to the messages on Lyric's iPad fairly quickly. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And so from the onset of the investigation, you could see that Lyric was providing direction to this basketball _1296 to come to her residence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And she was even providing kind of details once he got there as to where to go. I think one of the statements was parked there, almost as if she could see the car pulling up. Is that what you got from that message?
Not exactly. I think the screenshot of the location with the circle is sent, well, all the messages except the very first one is all sent at the same time. So I think it's fair to say that once the screenshot was sent of the location of where to park, I think she was indicating where the circle is to park there.
Okay. But she was giving some kind of identification, park there, but then she goes on further, and we'll talk about timestamps. So the map that we talked about, that was circled, that was sent at UTC time, 5/22/31, but Eastern Standard Time, that would be 1/22/31. Is that about right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. But then at 5/22 UTC time, 1/22/38 our time, she went on to say, like, on the side of the road on that side. So you mentioned these are kind of all coming at the same time, but all these are kind of streaming within almost a minute of each other. Is that about right?
Yes, sir.
And then she gives further direction about cutting the lights off when they arrive. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's what I testified to.
Okay. And she even goes further to say, pretty much, keep the lights off until I get into the car.
Correct.
And so early on in this investigation, you could surmise that she was sneaking out and was hoping not to be detected when she got out the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you didn't, as you just testified, get the information from Devin's Snapchat until months later, year later?
Without looking at the hard copy, I can't say when I got it. I don't recall any of that.
But it was sometime later after you had already charged Mr. Ross.
That's correct.
But as you are in a case, you're an experienced investigator, you're always kind of looking and seeking for information, looking at details to fit them together. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so once you finally got a chance to get Devin's Snapchat information, you were able to further your idea of what was going on that night. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so based on what you got from Devin's Snapchat, you could see that he was trying to orchestrate a way to meet up with Lyric that night. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it's your understanding, based on the comments in this Snapchat, that he was looking to meet up with Lyric to have sex with her. Is that right?
Some sort of sexual activity, yes. I can't say for certain that it was sex, but I would say some form of sexual activity.
Well, you had, when you were giving your descriptions of some of this language in here, it sounded like some sexual act. It's not for sure, but you even talked about oral sex as a possible description of what is in this Snapchat. Is that right?
Correct.
And it went as far as saying that she not only wanted to have sex with Devin, but with whoever Devin was with. Is that correct?
Well, at face value, I can't say that that's what she said, but that's what the message that Devin sent to Jadizi said.
That's correct, because we don't have any further communication from Lyric about this interaction. Is that right?
Correct.
And this individual, who we don't know at this time, would have been interested and would have been involved, but from the conversation, he didn't have gas. Now, that could mean he literally didn't have gas in his car, or he didn't have a car to drive. We don't know.
Correct.
And this conversation that Devin was having was carried over from this direct individual to a group chat. And I think there were 11 people in that group chat.
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able to identify who those 11 people were in the group chat?
I did not, no.
You mentioned that in your experience with Snapchat, that messages are deleted or disappeared. Is that correct?
Yes, that's how the app, I guess, works, or that's what they advertise is how it works, is that after a certain amount of time, the content, whether it's a message or a picture, deletes itself and it's no longer there. So sending a search warrant, you're literally sending up a prayer because you don't know what you're going to get. It could be a whole lot or it could be nothing.
But in this instance, there are no search warrants in reference to these other 11 individuals and what conversations were had that night about what was going to happen or had happened.
No, because like I said, this was all obtained months later after Mr. Ross had been charged.
And when you were going through Devin's Snapchat, there was at least one response that you could find that was relevant, talking about you got wheels, free buns.
Yes, I recall reading that.
Okay. And you interpreted that as if you have a ride that you can have sex. How did you interpret that one?
For that particular one, yes, I would say that was offering. He would have been offering, if you have a ride, then I've got someone that will have sex. Yes.
But there was no location information or any other kind of identifying information about who was going to do what from that after that message. Is that right?
Not in the thread that I have. No.
Okay. And you didn't see any other responses from anyone else in that thread that night?
I did not.
Now, after you had a chance to, I guess, seek these search warrants, you then interviewed Mr. Bryant, maybe the following day or something like that, or maybe the same day on the 19th?
I would have interviewed Mr. Bryant on that Tuesday or Wednesday. If you give me a second, I can look at my report if you need it.
Yes, please. Good. Take your time.
So it appears that he come down to the sheriff's office on the 19th.
And your reason for meeting with Mr. Bryant was because you had got information that Mr. Ross was at his home?
That is correct.
And when he came to interview you, obviously this has been a while ago, do you recall his demeanor?
Without going back and looking at the interview, I can't say that he appeared to be calm, just like he was when he testified. I can't say that he was agitated or amped up, if you will.
Okay. And when you met with him, he provided you with information that Mr. Ross was at his house, right?
Correct.
He gave you information that he at one point was dating Mr. Ross's mother, right?
Correct.
He even told you that Mr. Ross lived with him for some time.
Correct.
And he told you that Mr. Ross was asked to leave his mother's home. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he was asked to leave his mother's home by his mother. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that she asked him, or told him rather, to go stay with his father. Is that right?
Best I can remember, yes.
Okay. Now, after you spoke with Mr. Bryant, did he mention to you that Mr. Ross had left some things behind?
He did, yes, sir.
Okay. And what were those things?
I know it was some type of camouflage bag and a pink sweatshirt that he indicated was Mr. Ross's.
Okay. And were those items taken into evidence?
Yes, sir, they were.
And those items, were they found in the residence of Mr. Bryant? Were they found somewhere else? Like, do you recall where they came from?
Yes, I I retrieved them from his vehicle in the parking lot of the sheriff's office after we completed our interview.
Were you made aware of kind of like the interaction at Mr. Bryant's house when his son was in the car?
I was not aware of that interaction until he testified to it last week.
Were you told that a consent search was done of his residence and outside his residence prior to meeting with you?
Yes.
Any idea why those items weren't recovered or presented at that time?
I don't know. That'd be a question he could answer. I wasn't there for the consent search, so I don't know what was there or what wasn't.
Okay. When speaking with Mr. Bryant, he didn't make any mention that he saw any evidence of suspected blood or a firearm or anything like that that would relate to this case.
No, he didn't, but he did bring up that Ms. Cordero made a comment to him when he went over to the house or to the apartment that the booster seat not being in the rear passenger area anymore, that it had been moved to the very back.
Right.
That stood out to me.
Okay. A booster seat not being in the back seat stood out to you because it's uncommon for booster seats to be in the trunk?
No, that just means that, well, as I testified earlier, that the position of the booster seat, I don't just throw things over the back. I usually tend to place things where they belong. And then on top of that, with the Pringle cans, that Pringles were discarded everywhere, and then the Armor All bottle with open lid with wipes, all that. After obtaining that information, is what stood out to me.
At some point, the vehicle at Ms. Cordero's home, the white GMC Terrain, was taken to the Sally Port.
That's correct.
And you were present when that occurred, right? While it was there being searched.
Yes.
You may not have physically actually seen it driven there by the tow truck, but when you were there, it was prior to the search beginning. Is that fair to say?
It would have arrived prior to the search.
You got there before they actually started the search process.
Yes, because I'm the one that had the search warrant.
Okay. And you mentioned that you saw red spots on maybe the front right passenger of the vehicle that you suspected to be blood.
That's correct.
You also mentioned that you saw some brown stains by the center console. So you're referring to the inside of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And those, did you yourself kind of spot those? Did Investigator Baldwin spot them? Do you recall?
I know we were both looking for items of evidence. I can't recall because there was multiple spots that we observed. I can't say for certain that the one on the passenger side is the one he found and the one on the driver's side is what I found, vice versa. It's just...
But it's your understanding that because you noticed these brown spots that were near the center console, that it was of evidentiary importance and maybe a DNA swab or something was taken from that location.
DNA was taken from there, yes, sir.
Okay. And from your recollection, I know Investigator Baldwin testified to this, the door handles were tested. I think you mentioned there was something seen in the ceiling. That was all tested. Is that correct?
Yes, Investigator Baldwin would have tested or swabbed all of those for testing, yes.
And you mentioned that the Sally Port had to get really dark in order to spray luminol. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. We drove the vehicle outside of the Sally Port to the back side of the jail where it was completely dark. Utilized a tarp to put over top of it so that we wouldn't have any street light or anything like that showing any light.
So it was nighttime when you guys went outside?
That's correct.
And then in addition to it being nighttime, you put a tarp on to make it even darker?
Correct.
And so when the luminol was sprayed, were you also under the tarp in order to see anything illuminate or glow blue?
Yes, to answer your question, yes, I was. I was able to see. And it wasn't like the tarp, we had it draped over, and where we were at somebody would hold the corner so that we could see underneath. It's not like we were all just underneath the tarp up against the car.
Okay, okay. Another thing you had mentioned was that in the back trunk, that there was an open container of Armor All wipes.
That's correct.
Was that taken into evidence?
I don't know. I did not collect any evidence from the vehicle, so I can't say for certain if it was collected or not.
Interestingly enough, when you had filed or submitted your search warrant for the infotainment system, you said that you did not receive any information back. Now, did they decline to agree to this search warrant, or did they just say there was no information?
So the process of obtaining the, I'm going to call it the brains, if you will. I'm no expert in infotainment center extractions. I had the FBI assisting me in that search warrant. And so they removed that computer component from the area of the stereo on the dash, and they took it with them for further examination and realized, well, I was later informed that there was no information that they were able to obtain.
In your experience, I'm assuming you've had infotainment systems removed from vehicles before to gather data.
I personally have not, but I've seen it happen.
Okay. At some point, you got information that maybe this white vehicle had gone to the Petro, which is right off of Buckhorn Road.
Well, I wouldn't say I got information on it. I think that when we have cases of this magnitude where 2 young kids were found shot to death in a rural part of the county, we start from main thoroughfares and work our way back to where gas stations are. If there's any cameras around the area, on houses that we could obtain. The Petro Buckhorn Road is a very, very heavily traveled road. And so we pull video from what we believe to be pertinent timeframes. And obviously after searching the vehicle, seizing the vehicle, and seeing the vehicle on camera, lining it up with the paint transfer from the right front from where we all saw the car hit the concrete post, I think that's why we would have done what we did.
So what you're saying is you would have gotten and requested surveillance video from all the businesses in that area, because there's more than just the Petro right there on Buckhorn.
Correct.
And you mentioned that you could see at that time frame of 2:11 to I think 2:19, you could see the video pull in, and you could see the car kind of sitting there parked next to a gas pump for 30 seconds, maybe a minute or so.
Give or take.
And then eventually that vehicle tries to make a turn around into the next set of gas pumps and doesn't quite make it.
That's correct.
All right. And you could surmise that the person who was driving this car was probably not an experienced driver. Would you say so?
I don't want to assume that Mr. Ross wasn't an experienced driver, because I don't know him. I didn't know him at the time, so I can't say that he is or is not.
Okay. An experienced driver would have judged that turn a little bit better, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the interaction we see Mr. Ross going up to the teller, which looks like they're only doing it from outside.
Correct.
Eventually paying for gas and then leaving.
Correct.
All right. From the video, there was no indication from looking at his clothing that there was any blood or any evidence that he had been involved in any type of assault. Is that correct?
It is, but I think it's also important, based off testimony from the medical examiner, that majority of the shots were from the back. So that appears that the 2 individuals that were discovered deceased were moving away from the shots and not coming forward to create that blowback of the blood coming onto whoever the shooter may have been.
But there wasn't any indication, at least from the medical examiner, that gave us any indication of how anything would have projected. Is that fair to say?
Projected from the victims?
That's correct, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you got a chance to view this video, and after you got a chance to take evidence from this vehicle, I think that's the 19th. The very next day is when you decided to take out charges on Mr. Ross. Is that correct?
The 20th, yes, sir.
20th. When you were involved in this investigation, did you yourself expand the search and look for things like Devin's cell phone?
I personally did not. I know that there were other investigators that walked street, Buckhorn Road, Yarborough Road, looking for items of evidence, and none were located.
Okay. And so there was, I don't know if you maybe sent out a task of things, Investigator Villa look for this or someone else do that, but was anyone tasked to look for Devin's bag?
It was a culmination of, hey, this is what we have to do. This is what, correction, this is what needs to be done. Who wants to do what?
Okay.
All right, so it wasn't like, I'm going to tell you to do this or tell you to do that. This is what needs to be done. Put your name down and let's go.
Were you ever made aware of how wide the grid was or how far they searched down Buckhorn Road or Yarborough Road to find any of these items?
I was not, but based off the evidence that I was able to review, I know that at some point Devin's phone was at the crime scene and it was not there when we arrived.
Okay. And to your knowledge, no firearm has been recovered either.
That is correct.
And your understanding is that with the divvying of responsibilities, you didn't tell people what to do. Those things would have been responsibilities that people would know was necessary as part of this investigation to look for cell phones, to look for bags, to look for a firearm.
Correct.
And none of those were uncovered up and along Buckhorn Road.
That is correct.
One moment, Judge.
Yes, sir. Mr. Trapp, this might
Yes,
be a
Your
good time just to take our afternoon recess. How's that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, time for our lunch recess. Please remember all the rules. Number one, y'all go to lunch together. That's no problem, but you can't talk about this case with each other. We're not at that point in the trial. Number two, remember you cannot talk to anybody else about this. That includes texting, phone calls, anything, friends, family, anybody at all. Do not allow anybody to speak to you or around you about this case. Remember, if that happens, to let one of the bailiffs know so that I can find out and take care of that problem. 3, please remember no independent research about anything connected with this case, what you've heard, the people present, anything like that. No AI or other wonderful research tools. And lastly, please remember to keep your mind open. You still have not heard all the evidence in this case. You have not heard the arguments of counsel, and you have not heard the law that you have to apply to the facts of this case. So with that, I'm going to ask everybody else to please remain seated. You folks can leave your notepads and things in your chair. See you back here. We'll start at 2. Mr. Orr, the witness is with you. No.
It's all right.
Mr. Trapp, the witness is with you. Ms. Orr, you have to wait.
You spliced this together. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sergeant Goodwin.
Yes, sir.
When we spoke just before the lunch break, I had asked you a question about the appearance of the clothing of the individual in the video, how you identified as Mr. Ross, and that you didn't identify, you couldn't tell, at least from looking at the video, that there was any evidence of an altercation or blood or anything like that. You recall that?
Are you referencing the Petro video?
Yes, sir, the Petro video.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you had made a reference that based on the information from the autopsy, there were gunshots to the back of both individuals. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
But you recall from the testimony that was given to us here in court and from the information you recovered or received from the autopsy that there were shots to both of these individuals in the front. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And that several of those wounds to the front hit major arteries. Is that correct? Or do you recall?
I would say yes.
Okay.
I know it.
I know you're not a doctor.
One of the shots in each of the two were hitting major arteries. I don't recall which ones were front to back in that situation.
And in fact, for Lyric, there are two shots that the medical examiner testified to that were at close range because they recognized stippling on the face. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so knowing that there...
Sorry, it's on.
And so now knowing that there were wounds that were inflicted on these individuals in the front and at close range, and there was still no evidence of these injuries on Mr. Ross's clothing. Let me rewind that. Now that you know, after having the autopsy, that there were wounds to the front, but you still now look back on this video that we just watched from the petrol video, and you still didn't recognize any evidence of these injuries on that individual on that video. Is that correct?
Yeah, sustained.
Okay. We'll keep moving forward. I feel like you've answered it. I asked it a second time. I know that sometime later, almost 2.5 weeks later, Mr. Ross was arrested in Delaware. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you were not present during that time?
That is correct.
All right. And you were not given any information that Mr. Ross made any statements while he was in Delaware. Is that correct?
The only thing that the task force officer in Delaware informed me during the course of his arrest was that Mr. Ross indicated that his name was Jonathan Trapp.
Okay. So Mr. Ross gave you my name?
Correct.
Okay. Or gave the officer my name?
That's correct.
And after he was brought from Delaware to North Carolina, there were no statements or admissions from Mr. Ross to law enforcement. Is that correct?
Approach. Do you want to continue with your line of questioning?
No, Judge. Defense rest.
Ms. Orr, this time it really is your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few follow-up questions. Sergeant Goodwin, on cross-examination, Mr. Trapp asked you about the camo bag and pink sweatshirt recovered from Mr. Bryant's vehicle.
Correct.
Are you the one who recovered those items?
I am.
And did you have an opportunity to orchestrate that? What, if anything, did you do with those items?
Once they were collected, I was able to show photos of the items to the families to confirm if they belong to Devin and or Lyric. And both families stated that none of the items that I collected from Mr. Bryant's vehicle that was left behind by Mr. Ross were their kids.
And I want to jump back to the search warrant related to the white GMC Terrain.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to examine the exterior and the interior of that vehicle?
I did.
And did you see any damage other than what you've already described on the front bumper?
I did not see any other damage on the interior or the exterior of the vehicle.
Did you see anything that would be consistent with a gunshot on the interior or the exterior of the vehicle?
I did not.
Over the break, were you able to determine when you received the Snapchat return?
Yes, I was.
And when was that?
December 1st of 2022.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any recross?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you very much, Sergeant. Step down.
The state will call Christian Sykes.
Mr. Sykes, if you'll come right up here, we'll get you sworn in, all right? Can do that as well.
Just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give this court and jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, this being your solemn affirmation?
I do.
Mr. Sykes, when you have a seat, just make sure you're up close to that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Christian Sykes, CHRISTIANSYKES.
And Mr. Sykes, do you know Issiah Ross?
Yes.
How do you know him?
We were cool once upon a time.
Cool, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you first meet him?
He was with a group of people that I knew.
And so for about how long had you known him?
Like maybe 6 months or so, something like that. Not
Okay.
like a long time.
And would you guys hang out?
Time to time, yeah.
And what did you do when you were together?
Hang out, chill, talk, normal stuff.
Where did that normally happen?
My grandma's house, or maybe his house in my car, like type situation.
Okay. And I want to draw your attention to, well, first let me ask you, do you see Mr. Ross in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
And can you point out where he is sitting and describe an article of clothing he is wearing?
With the white shirt.
I would ask that the record reflect that the witness pointed toward Mr. Ross and identified him by an article of clothing.
Record will so reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sykes, I want to draw your attention back to September of 2022. Did you have an opportunity to speak with law enforcement regarding Mr. Ross?
Yeah, they called me like 10 times.
Okay. And so did you speak to somebody on the phone?
Yes.
And do you recall if that was Captain Jeff Ray?
It could have been. I don't remember his name. I know it was somebody that works for Hillsborough.
Okay. What, if any, information did you provide at that time on the phone?
None.
You did not provide any information?
I think I just said his name. That was it.
Would reviewing Mr. Ray's supplement or Captain Ray's supplement help refresh your recollection as to what information that you provided him?
I know for sure I said his name, and I kind of gave a brief description of what I was told, but I didn't really go into detail.
Okay. What description of what you were told? What does that mean?
What he told me.
What Isaiah told you?
Yeah.
And what did he tell you?
That you want me to tell the whole story?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, he told me that he was going to hang out, or that he hung out with somebody, and they were going to. Do you want me to say it all? Like, okay.
It's been said before, probably.
All right. Well, he said that they were going to run a train that they went to run a train on a white girl. When they got there, they were hanging out and stuff, and somehow or another, the other boy had a gun, and he was like playing with the beam and pointing it on him, and he told him to stop, and he did it again, and he told him to stop, and he said the third time he went for the gun. They wrestled for the gun, and I don't remember exactly if he said the gun went off, but I do know he said that he shot them and dumped the bodies. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
That I remember.
Did he give you any indication of where they were when
In the
this
car.
happened? In the car.
He did say Eflin. I do remember that, but just in the car. I really wasn't trying to ask too many questions because honestly and truthfully, I didn't believe it. It just sounded crazy.
When did you have this conversation with him?
At first, when we had it, I thought it happened the night that it happened, but I think it was 2 nights after it happened because I remember seeing it like on Facebook, and then I seen the mom's like live video, and then that's when I was like, well, this is kind of like matching up a little bit. So yeah.
Okay. So just so we can make sure our pronouns are clear. So Isaiah said the other guy had the gun
Mm-hmm.
and that he was beaming him with it. What does that mean?
You know, a gun has a beam on it, like a light.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
And that, then you said did they argue about it? Did he give any indication?
I don't know.
Okay. And at what point did he shoot the guy or the girl?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
And you also provided some information that you knew about Isaiah. Did you give them a description of what he looked like?
I think I said light skin, curly hair. That was like pretty much the description, what I gave him.
Okay. What color was his hair at that time?
I don't know. I don't know.
And did you know where he lived?
I knew in Mebane. Yeah, Mebane.
Okay. And did you provide them with a phone number for Isaiah?
Maybe.
And so after speaking with Captain Ray, did you also meet with an investigator and speak with her?
Yes.
And where did you do that?
Walmart in Mebane.
And can you describe what you told her when you met with her?
Exactly what I told you just now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just have one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Sykes, once you saw that the two individuals were missing, did you communicate with Isaiah again about that?
No, I don't think I did. I know I told four of my friends the night that I saw it, and then, yeah.
And do you know if your interview with Investigator Hunter was recorded?
I do now, but initially I was supposed to be anonymous, but I didn't know that she secretly recorded me. So I know that y'all do have a recording of that.
Your Honor, this time I would mark that recording as State's Exhibit 142, and I would ask to play it at this time.
Any objections to admitting States 142 into evidence?
No objection, Judge.
All right. State's Exhibit number 142 will be admitted without objection. Sworn, you may publish it to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Might help.
There we go.
Go back and redo it. There we go. All right.
Communications. 123. 1041, 314. Oscar copy. Communication. 103. I checked spoke with the caller. 103, clear go to 723.
Hey,
I think I'm right beside you.
you are.
Okay, I'm coming.
Okay.
129. 141, area 9. I'll be riding with 127. Can you show me primary, please?
Hey. You alright?
No,
You want some water?
no, I just was shaking.
Relax. Okay.
Yeah.
I know. Are you okay sitting here?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm okay.
Alright. It's gonna be okay.
It's just too much. I don't do this type of stuff.
I know.
I don't do
I
this.
know. First of all, thank you for coming.
Yeah, of
It's gonna be a
course.
very big help.
Of course. It's the whole messed up situation all over.
I don't know, I got two different channels
No, you're
going.
fine.
Okay, so I guess we can just start from the beginning. I'm gonna let you talk a little bit and
Okay, so everything that I know basically is, so I met the boy Isaiah. I don't know his last name, but I have his Snapchat name, and that's usually how we converse. I gave the other officer his phone number because I do have his phone number.
okay, and we'll get all that too because I'm gonna go over everything if I write anything down.
Okay.
Okay. So, how did you meet him through Snapchat? Or?
No, I met him because my grandmother lives on Freshwater, and my cousin lives directly behind her. Like, it's all one street. They were friends, and I'm just going to be 100%
Sure.
transparent. They were friends, and they were outside smoking. That's how I met him.
Okay.
Ended up smoking with him, and then we exchanged Snapchats, and then that's how it happened. So that was like last year, I want to say. And so Saturday, pretty sure it was Saturday. I don't want to get the days mixed up.
Okay.
But Saturday, I smoked with him, and then he was like, stuff went crazy last night, but he didn't elaborate.
Where were you guys at when this happened?
Deerfield.
Okay. At his mama's house?
Yes.
Okay.
And then, but it was like real quick, because then I had to hurry up and get back home.
What time was this?
I get off at like 4:15.
And so it was in the afternoon?
Yeah.
Was anybody else there?
No. He came out to my car. I don't know exactly. I think I know which building, but I don't know which apartment.
Okay.
Well, he came out to my car, and then we smoked, obviously, and then I had to leave because I had to go see my grandma.
Okay.
She lives on Freshwater, which is down 119. So I went to see her, and then I went home, and then he called me on it's FaceTime, but on Snapchat, like video call. And then he started saying, like, stuff is crazy, and he was going to New York, and I was like, what happened? I was sitting in my car, I just got back home, and he was like, what happened? I was like, what happened? And then he showed me, like, a gun, and I was like,
Okay, go ahead.
and he showed me, like, a gun, and I was like, you got a gun? Okay, like, what does that mean? And then he was like, well, I picked up this dude. He didn't give me no names. He just said he picked up a dude. And when he picked him up, he was going to pick up a girl. And then he was taking them to go, I guess, have sex.
all three of them together?
I don't know if all three of them together or if he was just taking the boy and the girl to go
Okay.
have sex or whatever the case, or if all three of them were going to do it. That part, I really didn't ask questions on.
Okay, yeah.
So then I was like, okay, but mind you, I haven't been on Facebook for a while, and they've been all over Facebook, but I don't get on Facebook unless somebody send me a funny video. So nothing is clicking in my head at this point. So then I said, so then I was like, okay, and then he was like, but I capped him, and I was like, what you mean? And he was like, well, the dude was holding the beam on me, and I'm assuming he meant like the gun had like a laser type of thing on it. But he was like, he was pointing it at him. He was like, I don't like that, and I told him to stop, and I told him multiple times to stop, but he kept doing it, and he said the gun had bullets in it. And so he was like, I told him to stop. So then he said he grabbed the gun, and they was wrestling with the gun, and then I'm assuming Devin was like had his finger and he pulled the trigger, and he said that the bullet went like near his legs, like that way. He said in between his legs, but that's what he said. And then he said that he like had got the gun from him, and then he said he shot him. And then he said that the white girl, well, he didn't say white girl, but he said the girl that was in the back seat, he said she saw everything, so I turned around and I shot her. Now, this is Sunday when he told me this. This is the next day, actually, because I was with my friend Maya.
So did Maya hear this too?
Maya didn't hear, but she did see the messages where he, like, agreed to doing it. I know she's not going to want to be involved at all, but she saw the message because, okay, so he told him the story. This is Sunday, and then he's like, boom. So then Maya, whenever I get off the phone, I go out and I leave from the bathroom and I go back in there, and Maya's tell me, the two people, the girl that was missing, they just found her body. And I was like, what girl that's missing? And then she started showing me a picture of her or whatever. And then I was like, wow. And then she said that they found the body of the boy, like it was like 15 minutes after that she told me that. And then that's when I was like, what? Because I thought the story that he was telling me, honestly, I just thought he was just telling me some story because he got a gun, because he lies a lot, in my honest opinion, in my opinion. So then she said that this was yesterday. And then so I texted him on Snapchat, and I was like, that story that you told me, was that real? Because they just found two bodies in Eflin. And he was like, because whenever he was telling me the story, he was like, do you know what Eflin is? And I was like, Eflin? And he was like, yeah. And then that's when he told the story. And then when I texted him, he was like, yeah, Lyric and Devin rest up with like the emoji over the hand. And I texted him and I was like, what the fuck? I said, what's going on? Where are you? And then he said that he was on the way. His cousin was taking him to Raleigh to get on a bus to go back to New York.
Okay. So I have a couple questions, and don't take any insult to it.
No, you're fine.
I'm not here to judge anybody.
You're fine.
So did you and Issiah have like a certain type of relationship other than friendship? And I ask that because normally when someone shares that type of information.
Yes, some stuff occurred.
Okay. So were you guys involved other than friendship? Were you in a sexual relationship with him as well?
It didn't really.
Did you guys see each other that way sometimes?
Yeah.
And
it happened it happened twice, but most of the time we just smoked.
Yeah. And the only reason I asked that because it seemed like he was very personable with you, and he trusted you.
I don't know why he told me that
kind of stuff.
I don't know why he called me and told me, like, he know I don't do that type of stuff. I'm going to school to be a nurse.
You're kind of close.
Yeah,
so
he calls me and tells me whenever his mom and him get to arguing, like, she's like this weekend she was kicking him out because she said he wrecked her car or something like that of that nature.
Did he mention to you, like, had he wrecked the car?
He said somebody must have backed into it. He said Friday he sat in the car, but he didn't go nowhere in that car. And then that's when he told me that. And then I was like, okay. And then Sunday when we talked again, well, after Saturday, of course, we smoked. And then Sunday when we talked again, that's when all the stuff he told me. And I was like, what? And I was telling my friend Maya, like I was talking to her, I was like, I don't know what to do. because if he just did this, right, and his family is helping him get to New York all of a sudden, in my eyes, to me, that makes me think that his family knows what just happened and they don't care. So if I say anything or do anything, if they don't care about that, well, honestly, because whenever you go to the police, they list your name, your address, your age, all of that type of stuff. I've read papers where people have told what stuff that they know, and their name is all in the article. So my name is in the article. He knows where my grandmother lives. He knows where my cousins and all of them live.
What did this gun look like?
It was like a black, I would say maybe a 9. It looked, I don't really know much about guns, but it was like a handgun.
Okay, what color was it? Black. Okay.
I remember it was black. And then the thing is he was like, I was gonna throw it, but I'm leaving for New York, so I might as well keep it. So I from what I know, he has the gun with him.
Okay. Did he show you, when he was talking about the boy having the laser, did he show you while you guys were talking that it had a laser?
He just held it up like I just saw like the part where the bullets go in, and he took the bullets out, and he took the clip out, and there was no bullets in it.
Okay, so showing that he emptied the clip.
Basically.
Okay.
Like, and it was crazy because it was like no remorse, which was why because I've never like looked at him as like a person that's like, in my eyes, that's like evil. If you could murder 2 people like that and then show no emotion, that's why I was thinking the story was just something that he came up with, because you're not showing no emotion, you're laughing on the video call, like.
Do you have like the thing where he put the emojis with the can I take a picture of that?
The Snapchat, it deletes everything immediately.
I didn't know if like sometimes if you guys
is the last message from June 20th.
Oh, okay.
So that's the only thing that I have. Last time we talked was 22 hours ago. That's when he told me. So it was actually about this time when I found out.
Did you know Devin?
No, and the thing is like, my little brother just posted on his Snapchat that they was friends, and he just saw him Thursday, and then I saw the video.
When you say little brother, is it really your little brother?
Yeah, like my little brother. Okay. Like he just graduated from Eastern, and he just had posted that he was with him Thursday, and I don't know, that kind of hit home for me because I was like, my little brother could have been in that car, and then I saw Devin's mom's video live on Facebook, and it like broke my heart. But at the same time, I gotta be protective of me in a way, because I don't know what him or his family is capable of. All it takes is a phone call. They know where my grandmother lives, and my grandmother don't have nobody there but my uncle, and he works, so, and he knows like all you gotta do is pop the door open to get it open. So I don't know.
Tell me a little bit more about Issiah.
I know his name is Isaiah. I don't really know his last name. I gave the officer his Snapchat.
Yeah.
I know he goes to Eastern. Well, I guess went to Eastern. He told me he's 18. I know his mom says at Deerfield. He's a skinny boy. He's light skinned. Right now his hair is blonde, but it's normally like black or brown. I was trying to see if I had any pictures in my Snapchat or anything, and I don't have nothing because he don't ever post pictures. I don't know if he has Instagram or Facebook. If I seen him, I would know who he was, but he's like real skinny. I know he used to work at Lowe's Food, or still does work at Lowe's Food in Mebane, because I used to give him rides from Lowe's Food home sometimes when his mom was at work. And I mean, everything that I've known of him, he's been like a chill, nice, level-headed, funny dude.
And how did you meet him again? You like
through my cousin. My cousin and him was outside. Yeah, my cousin and him was outside, just like playing around and chilling outside. And then I went outside. My cousin was like, "Hey, CJ." I went down there and talked to him, and I chilled with them for a little bit. And then that's how I met him. And my cousin,
who's your cousin?
His name is Thomas. Blackwell, but
Okay.
yeah, he's 21.
So you go by CJ
Yeah,
sometimes too?
That's what my family calls him, like close family.
Okay.
They call me CJ. But everybody else, like work and school and everything, they know me by Christian.
Okay. And do you hang out with anybody else around this area other than him?
Everybody else I hang out with is like my friends, Maya, Michaela, and Taylor, and all of them like are in Burleson. So I'm never down here unless I'm like seeing my little brothers or I'm visiting my grandma. I might hang out with my cousins while I'm down there because they live right down the street from the house. And then sometimes I'll pick him up from work, we'll smoke, and then that's about it.
Okay. So you didn't know Devin or this white girl?
I just saw it on Facebook.
Okay.
And then he was like, whenever I asked him, he was like, yeah, and then rest up. And it was just like no remorse. And I don't know.
Do you remember what he was wearing the afternoon that you guys, and you said that was on Saturday that you guys smoked?
Yeah, it was Saturday afternoon.
Okay. What was he wearing?
It was like a black hoodie.
Okay.
And I think he had on either, it was like some long, like, lay around the house type of shorts, probably were pants that he cut into shorts or something.
Did he
like
look
that.
like he was injured in any type of way?
Not to my knowledge. He didn't look injured.
And when you say that you guys smoked, was it usually marijuana or did it have anything else mixed with
Just
it?
marijuana.
Okay. And I'm trying to think what else. Oh, and so when you were FaceTiming him, did you FaceTime him on that Saturday and that Sunday? And
No, he FaceTime. I meant to just say he had FaceTime me. I want to say it was Sunday morning was when he told me the story, and I was like not believing it. But then around this time was when yesterday was when my friend Maya was showing me all the stuff, because like I said, I don't get on Facebook unless I see a funny video, unless somebody send me something to watch, then I might scroll.
Yeah.
So then she was showing me all this stuff, and I was like, wait, what? And so then in my mind, too much stuff was correlating with, they was like, they left the house at 1:30, and then he told me it happened Friday, like late night. So it was just too much correlating, and I told my friend, I was like, I don't know, what do I do? Like,
so in the messages, and from when you were talking with him, he basically was like, I picked Devin and this girl up, so to have sex.
he said he picked him up, and he picked him up and her up, and I don't know if he was saying he was taking them, for like just giving them a ride to go do it, or if all three of them was gonna do it.
Did he say where he picked up Devin from?
No, he just said he picked them up from, he took them to Eflin. That's all he said.
He took
that
them to Eflin.
That he was taking them to Eflin, or that they was in Eflin or something like that.
Okay. Anything else from that conversation?
Besides the no remorse, the gun, him still saying he gonna keep the gun, that he's going to New York, that his cousin was helping him get a ticket to New York.
Which cousin, do you remember?
I don't know. I've never met his cousins or anything like that, but he was like, his cousin is gonna get him a ticket to New York. And that whenever, that Sunday, whenever I was like trying to figure out if this was like real or just like a coincidence, he was like, he's on the way to Raleigh to catch a bus to go back to New York. And I was like, just in shock, and I just did not respond.
Do you know who took him to Raleigh?
I know it wasn't his mom, because I know him and his mom had like a huge fight, and she like took some money from him. I want to say Friday during the day was when he told me that, and then he said he was going to his stepdad's house.
Do you know if he did any other type of drugs?
The only thing that I've ever known is like smoke weed. I mean, I think he's like maybe drunk too.
And did he mention anything about going to any ball games or a party or anything like that the night before?
He always told me that he like just chilled at the house, or like he just went to like friends' house or whatever. I gave him a ride to maybe a couple places. Sometimes whenever he needed a ride, he would give me gas money, and just that type of stuff.
And you said that like sometimes he like sits in the car. I know you said that he sits in your car, but did he explain anything that might have happened to his mom's car or anything like that?
He said that it looked like somebody hit the car, but then again, and that was, I want to say, I know that was probably before Friday, whenever that happened, because they had gotten this big fight, and he had went to his stepdad's house, but then he went back to his mom's house, so I want to say Saturday. And then he left from his mom's house Saturday and went to after I left, he, like whenever you leave him, like, what you about to do, he said he was about to go to his stepdad's house, and then I left and went to my grandma's.
Is there another car that he would have driven?
I never knew him to drive a car. I just know that his mom had picked him up a couple times from my cousin's house, and she drove like a black, like SUV. I want to say it's either like a Chevy Equinox type of build or like a GMC type of like boxy black SUV.
Those are her cars?
Yeah, that's like what it kind of looks like. I don't know exactly what kind of car it is.
Does she have any other cars that you know of?
I just always seen the black SUV.
And you've not known him to drive any other type of vehicle?
I've never known him to drive. Every time he hit me up, he needed a ride somewhere.
Okay. And you've never seen him drive?
No. He told me that he told me that he sat in his mom's car and he didn't take it out the parking lot. That's about the only time he ever mentioned anything about being in a car or behind a wheel, at least down here.
Mm-hmm. So when he said that he picked up Devin and this girl, he didn't tell you what car he was in?
No, I didn't.
Did you find it kind of odd, since you know that he doesn't drive, that he driving to pick them up?
That's why the whole story I didn't think was real. Like, the whole story just seemed off. And then he didn't even know the name of Eflin. Like, it just, that's why I didn't pay it no mind when he told me Saturday. I was just like,
seeing the gun.
Yeah, well, he always has a gun. He had a gun before a couple times whenever he got in the car, but I don't like that, and I always make him go put it back in the house because I don't like guns like that. I'm not a gun person.
Okay. So, and who else would he hang out with? I know we talked about that a few minutes ago, but like,
I know him and my cousin stopped hanging out like last year. They fell out.
Okay.
But other than that, I don't really know who he hang out with. Only time that we would hang out, it would just be me and him.
Okay.
So I don't really know if he has friends or don't have friends.
What was your conversations?
Just regular conversations like, what's up, what you doing? And he would tell me stuff that he got going on, or he went to Pennsylvania the other day. Like he went to a party in Pennsylvania, just like regular conversations.
Was he seeing any girls, any other guys that he was interested in?
I mean, I know that he like talked to girls and stuff, but I never really like got that deep into those type of, honestly. I didn't know. I never got that.
Asking that. I was just trying to see, like, maybe who he might have been close with.
But that part, I wouldn't be able to help you with that now. I'm not going to, but I probably could have found out if I had just mentioned his name to my little brother, being that they both was in the same like class at Eastern or whatever. So I'm pretty sure, and I don't even know if my little brother knows him or if my little brother hung out with him, because if Devin and him was cool, Eastern's not that big. I went to Eastern. I know how everybody is like friends with everybody at Eastern. It don't matter like what grade you in, everybody just knows everybody. So I don't even know if like my little brother knows who he is, or because I know my little brother know Devin because I saw my little brother posted on Snapchat where he was like he was just with him Thursday. And then whenever I had talked to my little brother, I want to say, I think it was, what day was it? Thursday. Yeah, it was Thursday because he said he was going to hang out with friends, and I guess that's when he went and hung out with Devin and then with his girlfriend and my brother's girlfriend, and then went to hang out with Devin, and then I saw him post that on his Snapchat yesterday, and I was like, wow. So all of this is like real.
give you my business card. If something comes up that you can remember, that always happens to me later on. I want you to give me a text or a call. And if he like makes contact with you, do you have like a second phone or someone else's phone that you can take a picture of? I know in a Snapchat.
No, if he, it
don't
tells you
screenshot
I'm
it.
not.
Yeah,
If
don't
he
screenshot
already,
it, but take
if
another
he
picture with another
responds,
phone.
if he
You understand what I'm
texts
saying?
me, I'm definitely gonna let y'all know because I don't like the fact that he told me all this information. I mean, I guess it's kind of good because I can help y'all.
Yeah.
But still, to me, it's like, I don't know. I don't see how you can just do that to somebody. Just, I don't know. That's why I didn't believe it because he never mentioned like that kind of stuff because I don't do that like hot boy stuff. I'm in school. I'm trying to focus and get somewhere in my life. Like, I help people for a living. Like, I don't understand why he felt comfortable enough to tell me. And then I feel like this is just a lie. But I know who he is. I could point him out if I seen him. Right now he's got blonde hair, and I just know that 22 hours ago, he said he was on the way to Raleigh to get on a bus to go back to New York. That's the last contact that I've had with him.
And it was just always you and him when you guys would smoke.
Yeah, it was just me, him, or it was me, him, and my cousin, but then him and my cousin stopped talking, like, sometime before Christmas or something like that.
What was your cousin's name?
Thomas Blackwell.
Oh, that's right, okay.
Yeah.
So make sure. And what phone number did you have for, Issiah?
(908) 440 5523. I haven't like texted him. The last time that I had texted him was April the 11th. All the time it's always on Snapchat. If you want his Snapchat name, I'll give you that.
I'll have to get a picture, it's easier
Yeah.
with all that.
Though that's an address that he sent me one time, 308 Moore Street, but that's his.
Make sure I got that in there.
Oh, the address?
Yeah. Okay. See that?
I just feel like it's a lot.
And so Saturday was the last day that you seen him in person.
Yeah, that I actually seen him.
All
Then I talked to him Sunday.
right. Through Snap.
Yeah.
And then you saw him on FaceTime
Yeah, Sunday.
afterward.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sunday. Well, no, I saw him Saturday, and I saw him. He video chatted me Sunday morning.
Mm-hmm.
It was either Saturday night or Sunday morning. I can't remember exactly, but I know that he had video. No, it was Sunday morning because it was daylight outside. He was outside, so it was Sunday morning, and then that's when I
Do you know where he
got.
was at? When
He was at his stepdad's house because he was telling me that that's where he was because him and his mama had got into it again.
Was he packing up or?
He was just outside.
Oh, he wasn't doing anything in
I
particular.
didn't. He wasn't like doing nothing like crazy. He was just like sitting outside, talking on the phone like normal, like nothing ever happened. Which is why I was not believing a word that he said. Because usually, I feel like if you do something like that, like it will show.
Yeah.
Like you know, like you just be able to tell, like that you just went through something, like. Because I feel like that's real traumatic.
Yeah.
Like, and I was just like, whatever. Like, but now that I know what I know, it's kind of like sick. A little bit. Like, it kind of makes me like queasy a little bit that like you was just having a full like conversation in my face and you know you just did this for real, and why you feel like that's something like, I guess, brag or boast about.
Have you been to his stepdad's house before?
Yeah.
For what?
I haven't been like in there, but like picking him up, taking him to work, dropping him off from work.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Never to hang out or anything like that?
Nah, not
like
really.
Smoke or anything?
Like whenever we smoke, he would like walk to the top of the street. But he, I know his like stepdad house is right here, and then I drove him down because it's like his aunt or something lives on the house at the end of that road, because it's like a road that like it's a dead end. So other than that, it was like only time I went like actually down the road was when I was like dropping him off for work or picking him up for taking him to work or something.
How's his relationship with his stepdad?
It's gotta be good, because every time him and his mom get into it, he goes over there, and I know that they separated recently, so she just got an apartment at Deerfield not too long ago, maybe like 4 months
Is he pretty close with his stepdad?
ago. I would say as close as he could be. He said that he's like drill sergeant-y, but he was saying like he's cool, like, you know.
Does he let him do a lot of stuff? Does he know that he smokes and stuff like that?
I don't think he knows. I'm pretty sure that they know. Like,
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't know like how cool he was.
oh, I don't think he's like that cool.
Yeah, okay.
He probably like will smell it if he walks in the house, but I don't think he like openly would just like let him just smoke or something like that. I don't know. He probably would. I don't
mean,
know.
you say drill sergeant.
You never know. I mean, yeah, that's I mean, that's kind of the word that I put together.
Okay. All right. Anything else that you think that might be important?
I don't know. I've been thinking like every time I was remembering something, I had called and told the officer, so everything like is on my memory.
Yeah,
I was,
and that's why I gave you my
I was
because
at
I'm the
work.
same way. I'll be at home and
like
I can
every
do a
time I
call
would remember something, I was like, oh yeah, I remember he had the gun in the video, so I was calling back, and I remember that he like showed the clip, but he was like, you see, it's empty, and I was just thought he was trying to like add more fuel to this story, because the story just sounded so like, I don't know. You know how when somebody is telling you something and you just be like, you're lying?
Because you're like, oh man, that's so fucking wild, you know?
Yeah, like,
True.
it's just like, you're saying all of this, but you're like laughing and smiling. I feel like if you just did something like that, you got to be a real sick individual to just be laughing and carrying on and smiling and
Did he
acting
describe like how he like
No, he just
shot
said
him
that
and where he shot him at?
He said that he like they was wrestling for the gun, and he said that the boy was shooting the gun as like they was wrestling. Like he said it shot like 2 times, and then he got the gun, shot him, and then turned around and shot the girl because she saw everything. And in my head, the reason why I wasn't believing it, because I was thinking like, okay, if I'm in the back seat, right, and 2 people are wrestling for a gun and it's going off, I'm not gonna continue to sit in the back seat.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
were they driving? Were they stopped?
No,
or parked
he said that they were
somewhere?
parked.
Like, did he tell you where they were parked?
No, he just said Eflin.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he probably didn't even know where they were parked.
Okay.
Because he didn't, well, he said Eflin, F something.
Yeah.
I was like, Eflin? But, yeah, like, and I was just thinking, like, the whole story just, it wasn't adding up, because I was like, me personally, and any logical thinking person that I know, but then again, when you're in this situation, you might just be, like, stuck. But if you have time to be wrestling for a gun and it's going off, and then more time for you to get the gun and then shoot him, why would somebody just continue to sit in the back seat?
Yeah.
And then you telling me this story, and
He's like,
I don't know. It's just, no, I would be gone.
Yeah.
If as soon as, like, no.
Well, did he mention like what did he do afterwards?
He just said he dumped the bodies and left. I don't know if that meant he drove, walked, ran. He just said I had to dump the bodies and nobody's gonna find them. So I was like, okay, nobody's gonna find them, so it's never gonna come to light. So you're just telling me like a lie.
And where did he go afterwards?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I guess
like,
he went
did he
home.
go to his friend's house? Or
No, I'm pretty sure he probably went home.
Mm-hmm. He didn't tell you what he did once he got home?
I didn't ask.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's lying. I feel like somebody's lying. I feel like now I wish I would have asked more questions, because now I feel like I would have had a lot more information, because now if I was to like try to ask some questions, it would be off.
So when you like confronted him about, hey man, they found
No, I texted him straight up. I said, yesterday at like 5 o'clock, I texted him. I said,
because he had told you, hey, they're not going to find them, and then you
yeah,
find out they found
I
them.
texted him on Snapchat. Well, first I had called him on Snapchat, and he didn't answer because he said he was about to get on the bus, or he was in the car on the way to Raleigh, something like that. So I texted him. I was like, the girl and the boy that you're talking about, are their name Lyric and Devin? No, I was like, is her name Lyric? And he was like, yeah, Lyric and Devin rest up with like the, I'll show you which emoji it was.
I think I know which one you're talking about, but yeah, I'd like to see it, just to make sure.
I just text my sister. It was that emoji.
Okay,
That kind of emoji.
I would just get a picture of it, just for definitely know.
It was 3 of those, and I remember he was like,
There we go.
but yeah, it was like, he was like, rest up. And I was like, are you being for real right now? And then
New text message from 91980544173.
and I was just like, are you for real right now? Like, what the hell? And then either he didn't respond or I didn't respond after that. It was something like that. But yeah, after I saw that, I was like, and Maya saw him say that, and then I was like, so this is like, the story that he told me was like for real. Like, why would he put that on my conscience for me to know? Like, she's 14 and he's 18. Like, they got their whole life ahead of them. So, number one, I felt like it was for no reason. Because I feel like if you pick them up for them to have sex or for y'all to have sex or whatever, and he's playing around putting the beam on you, why would you feel like, so something's not adding up in my eyes. Something's, because I feel like
Something happened.
something had to happen that he didn't tell me, because he was like, he was pointing the beam at me, and I told him to stop, and then I grabbed the gun, but I was like, why would you feel threatened if you picked them up and y'all are going?
So he didn't, when you like confronted him about it, he was just like,
yeah.
he just said, yeah,
He just
didn't
said,
like
yeah.
seem like, oh shit, you know, wasn't
that's
worried
what I'm,
about it or
nothing
nothing
at
like
all.
that.
I guess that he feels like,
It's like no big deal. I'm just gonna get
no
out of
big
town.
deal, or like maybe, I'm about to get on the bus and go to New York. They're not gonna find me.
2312 Nat Drive off of Oakdale Drive, overdose patient operated.
Or it's like, I'm about to be in New York, so nobody's gonna find me. But at the end of the day, I don't know, this been sitting on me for all day. And tonight I was gonna call that tip line because Maya had gave it to me, because I wanted it to be anonymous, because I'm like super terrified.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, if you know something, you still gotta say something. Because after I saw that boy's mama's live, like, it broke my heart.
Yeah.
Because then it was like that was happening Sunday, and I had just heard this wild story from this dude that potentially may be true, and she's begging for her son to come home, and she don't know what's going on, and then they find 2 bodies, and you just told me that you shot 2 people and dumped the bodies in Eflin. That's too coincidental.
Are you familiar with this area?
Mebane and Burleson and Graham. I know a little bit of Eflin, like I know like Buckhorn Road, because I had a friend that lived like 1,000 miles down Buckhorn Road, but other than that, I'm not really familiar with Eflin like that. But Mebane and Burleson, I went to Eastern, so I was down here from like middle school and high school, so I'm pretty familiar with the area, but I just feel like it's wild.
And where'd you grow up at?
I grew up in Greensboro. I moved up here to be with my dad because some stuff happened with my mama. Okay. So I moved up here. I've been here since 7th grade, I think. 7th, 8th grade.
All right. All right. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
And again, if something else comes up, or if he texts you or whatever, let's
You'll
let me know. Okay.
You'll know.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Try to get some rest.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep last night, but I don't know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Sykes, did you and Isaiah have an argument or falling out of any kind?
I don't think so.
I don't have any further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Yes. Mr. Trapp, the witness is with you.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Sykes.
Hi.
So you had an opportunity to answer some questions with Ms. Orr, and then you had an opportunity to listen to that recording from 2022.
Yes.
So do you do remember meeting with law enforcement sometime in September 2022?
Yes.
But you didn't know, at least at that time, that was recorded. Is that right?
No.
And you found out that it was recorded recently?
Yes.
Today, last week?
Maybe like a couple days after I got the subpoena.
Okay. So sometime in 2025, 2026?
No, I got the subpoena like within like the last like 2 months. So yeah, end of 2025.
And have you yourself ever watched or listened to that video?
No.
Now, some of the questions you were asked today and that you testified to were a little different from the video. Did you see any differences, or did you recognize any things that you heard that might have been a little different?
Yeah, but it was also like 4 years ago. So.
And so maybe some of the things you forgot.
Yeah.
Now, there were some questions that the officer asked after you kind of gave your initial statement that delved into a little bit more detail. But I'm going to ask you some questions about what you heard and what you talked about so far today. Is that all right?
Okay.
So you mentioned that on Saturday, and Saturday would have been the 17th of September, that you met with Mr. Ross at Deerfield, and you guys sat in the car together and smoked. You remember hearing that, or do you remember that happening?
Yeah.
So that did happen.
I think so. If I said it in the video, then it probably did. But then again, it was almost 4 years ago, so I don't really remember.
And you mentioned that it would have had to been after you got off work, which would have been about 4:15.
Yeah.
Okay. And were you going to say anything else?
Mm-mm.
And so that Saturday, you met with Mr. Ross at Deerfield Apartments. Based on what you heard, maybe not necessarily, you don't remember it vividly, but it would have had to have been after work that day on Saturday.
Yeah, because I work 4 to 4.
Okay. And you all sat in your car for a short amount of time, I think is what you said. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Okay. And at that time, he had not told you anything about the morning before or night before. Is that right?
No.
So then later on, you all spoke again, but that time this next time was by FaceTime. Is that right? Or
Snapchat video, yeah.
Snapchat video. And that would have also been on Saturday.
No, I think that was Sunday. Could have been Saturday. Again, that was a long time ago.
Okay. All right. And when you talked on Snapchat video, that is when you learned some of this information. Is that right?
Correct.
And you mentioned that you didn't ask a lot of questions. You were just listening, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, is there a possibility as you're listening to this or watching this, I guess you're looking at the phone, that there are some things that you may have either misheard or just not got clarification about?
I don't know.
One of the things that was mentioned in the recording was that the shooting took place in the car. Was that something that you were told?
Yes.
Okay. Another thing that you testified to was that you saw the firearm and that it was black. Do you recall that?
I saw a firearm that was black on video. I don't know if it was that one because I was not there.
Okay, thank you. So you saw a firearm and it was black.
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking or listening at this point, did you at any time actually ask any questions about what you were told?
No.
Okay, so you just listened.
I kinda was like, maybe I might have asked a question or two, but again, I didn't believe it. So,
In this conversation, do you recall how long it was? This one that was on the Snapchat video.
no.
And when you were hearing this, you then said afterwards, I guess you showed some text messages or some messages to one of your friends.
Yeah. Well, Snapchat messages, yeah.
And these Snapchat messages, they were sent before or after you had this video call.
I don't remember. I remember showing her something after we talked about that, but it had to be after because I didn't know nothing until after that video call. And I learned about them when I was with her.
And when you went to Mr. Ross's house that Saturday before you had this video call, you said that the vehicle that his mom had was black. Do you recall hearing that?
Yeah.
Okay, and you remember kind of seeing her car there and...
Not there. I just remember seeing her pick him up and her car was black. Most people don't. They have one car, so...
Did he mention to you when you picked him up that his mom's car had gotten into an accident or got messed up?
I don't remember.
In the video, you had discussed a special relationship you had with Mr. Ross. And at first you were a little hesitant, but then you said, yes, you did. Do you recall that?
I don't remember saying special because it wasn't special, but sure.
Intimate relationship.
I wouldn't say it was that either, but okay. If that's what you want to go with.
Well, how would you describe it?
We was cool.
Okay. You mentioned that you smoked.
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no, please.
Yeah.
But you mentioned that there are other things you did in addition to smoking. In particular, the officer said that for you to get information like that, that you must have a closer relationship than just associates. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And so did you have a relationship that was more than just hanging out and smoking with Mr. Ross?
I think that's what the video said.
But I'm asking you today, did you?
Approach.
Mr. Sykes, let me rephrase this question. Is what you said in the recording true about your relationship with Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Thank you. There are a couple times you made reference to where Mr. Ross was going. Was this something said he told you that he was going to New York, or is that something you just believed?
It's what I was told.
Okay. And did you talk to him when he was on his way to the bus station?
I think so, or he was already there.
Okay. You made a mention that you would typically talk with him on Snapchat. Is that right?
Yeah.
And the last text message, at least according to the recording that we listened to from back in 2022, I think this last text message was back in April. So you didn't talk much by text, is my question.
No, I don't think so. No.
There are also mentions that you would pick him up from work.
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay. And that you remember taking him to his stepdad's house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you visit his stepdad's house around the time of this event when you all were talking?
I don't think so.
Okay. You also mentioned that his aunt's house was right down the street. Did you ever take him there?
No.
Did he remark or tell you that's my aunt's house? How would you know it was right down the street?
Because I think somebody was coming down the driveway one day, and he had me back up. So, yeah.
Okay. When you were talking to the officer in the video or the interview, you mentioned that there were rest up emojis that were sent, but you weren't able to actually show them to her because they were no longer available. Is that right?
Yeah.
Were any of the text messages that you had showed some of your friends or that you had received, were any of those still available when you talked to the officer that day?
No.
Okay. And did you screenshot them?
No.
But you received them close enough in time where you could show it to your friends the day before?
No, she was with me.
So she watched them in real time come in?
Well, I texted him what I texted him, what I said in the video, and he responded and said it. I showed it to her.
Okay.
She was beside me.
Okay. And she was the one who brought to your attention what was going on Facebook and what had happened in Eflin?
Yeah, she brought it up, and then that's when I asked him. And then that's when he said that, and that's when I showed her that.
And then after you had this conversation, you were the one who called law enforcement and told them?
No. I'm sure her mother called law enforcement and had them call me.
Okay. And so when you had made a reference that law enforcement had called you 10 times, that's what you're talking about?
Yeah, I was at work, and when I went on break, I saw that they called me 10 times.
And you had initially said that you thought this interview or time was anonymous. Is that right?
I thought all of it was.
Okay. And that you wouldn't have people wouldn't know that you provided this information.
Yeah.
When you heard this story, I think the first thing you said was that shining a beam means that maybe this firearm had a laser on it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Now, you never actually saw a firearm with a laser. Is that right?
I don't know. It was on a video. I saw a black gun.
Okay. Did Mr. Ross say that this was used in the event when he talked to you?
No, I think he kind of alluded to it to me when he held the gun up.
Okay.
That's what I got from it.
And was the idea that this event took place in a car, was that actually said, or was that also alluded to?
Well, if he said he shot somebody and then turns around and shoots somebody, you can't turn around unless you're in a car, right? That's just what I'm assuming.
And you had said, at least on the video, I wish I had asked more questions because maybe some of these things wouldn't seem so off. Do you recall hearing that?
Yes, sorry.
And there are some other things that you had brought up in this interview. You said that whenever Mr. Ross got into a fight with his mom, he would go stay with his stepdad.
Yes.
And so he would normally tell you these things?
No, it's just, when you go with somebody and they get into it with somebody and then they go, it's kind of like an observation.
One moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sykes, you mentioned that you weren't sure if that Mr. Ross went to Eastern Alamance. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah.
At the time.
Mm-hmm.
And that your younger brother also went to Eastern Alamance. They might even been in the same grade. Is that right?
Yeah.
But you weren't even sure if your brother knew Mr. Ross.
Correct.
And so your brother was not aware of your relationship with Mr. Ross, to your understanding.
Correct.
And it caught your attention when you saw your brother post something about what happened to Devin.
Yeah.
And that it also caught your attention or touched you when you saw some of the things that were posted on Facebook by some of the parents related to this. Is that right?
Correct.
And so did those instances, the posting of the parents as well as what your brother posted, did that motivate you to want to come forward and say something?
It did, but I didn't. That wasn't the reason why I did. It did in my head, but that's not the reason that I did.
When you had these conversations or listened to or saw what you saw on this Snapchat video, did you write any of these things down?
No.
Your conversations with Mr. Ross prior to this, other than saying, hey, do you need a ride from work or you want to go hang out and smoke, were there other occasions that you two would hang out with each other?
I don't really remember.
Okay. There was a statement that I wanted to just make sure I wrote down that you had mentioned twice. You stated that Mr. Ross told you, I capped them. And I don't know if it was them or M. Are you sure that's what he told you that day?
Whatever I said on the video is what happened. I don't remember at this moment what was said, but if that's what the video said, that's what happened.
Okay. And so if the video said that the shots were in the car, that's what was said.
That's what I was told.
And that there was a struggle and that there were 2 shots by a person's leg.
No, I think that might have been what he told me, but again, he wasn't always the most truthful person. So I don't know what was true and what wasn't.
Nothing further, Judge.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Just stay here, Mr. Sykes, just for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I know I haven't been here a whole lot of time, but you have to take a break this afternoon, so we're going to go ahead and take that break right now. I would ask that all of you, I know you haven't forgotten, but please remember all the rules that apply. Have everybody else please remain seated, and we're going to excuse our jury at this time. All right, we'll show that our jury is outside of the courtroom. So we had 2 bench conferences. The most recent one, there was a series of questions about the relationship between Mr. Sykes and the defendant. I'd asked the attorneys to approach, since we'd gone over that a couple times, the relevance of that. I asked Mr. Trapp if he was going for this being some sort of character evidence, whether this was like to prejudice, bias, or truthfulness. I think Mr. Trapp had indicated that the line of questioning had to do with inconsistencies between testimony today versus statements that were made to the officer at that time. And I think at that point, Mr. Trapp, you said you were going to change your question, and I think you did. Is there anything else you need to put on the record, anything else you want to ask while we're still here?
Anything I want to ask in general, that was a good reiteration of what our bench conference was. And in no way was I trying to address character. I was just talking about the dichotomy between what was said today versus back in 2022.
Yeah, this is excellent trial strategy. Anything else that we need to add for the record to any of that?
No, ma'am.
Well, I still have Mr. Sykes here. Anything you want to put on the record?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. All right. Is there anything else that we need to address on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor, and may Mr. Sykes be released from his subpoena.
Any objection from the defense?
Your Honor, I typically don't ask for people to remain on, but in the event that there is some information that I think might come up, I would ask for him not to be released.
All right. So, Mr. Sykes, you are done with your testimony here today. I'm not releasing you from your subpoena obligations at this time. We still have some other testimony that has to come. Only if at some point your testimony becomes relevant again to some of the questions, would you be called back. All right. But
Okay.
as for today, you'll be released please remain in contact with, I guess at this point, the DA's office, in case there's anything comes up, all right? All right, thank you. All right, anything else on behalf of the defense?
Nothing on behalf of the defense, thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess for 15 minutes then. All right, we've got everybody back with us. Madam DA?
Your Honor, the state will call Special Agent Harrison Putman.
Special Agent, if you come up, get you sworn in right here.
Left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you solemnly swear testimony that you give this court jury the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Special Agent, when you get seated there, just make sure you're close to the mic, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, it is Harrison Putman. That's Putman.
And where do you work?
I work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
What is your position there?
I'm a special agent.
And how long have you been with the FBI?
Since 2015, about 11 years.
And what's your general educational and work background?
Prior to the FBI, I obtained a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from the University of Iowa and a Master of Business Administration from Arizona State University. I worked at Caterpillar Incorporated for 3 or 4 years as an engineer, and then I worked at Intel Corporation for about 1.5 years in supply chain management.
And what is your current assignment with the FBI?
I'm currently assigned to the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team, otherwise known as CAST, C-A-S-T.
And what is the CAST unit?
CAST is a specially trained assignment within the FBI, and it's to be an expert in cell site and location data analysis. And in this role, we have 3 primary responsibilities. The first is to assist FBI investigations, as well as other federal, state, and local investigations in terms of cell site and location data analysis. The second responsibility is to assist with emergency situations where we may be helpful. So things like kidnappings, terrorist events, other life-threatening circumstances. And then finally, we provide training to other law enforcement officers in cell site and location data analysis.
And what is cell site and location data analysis?
It is simply the review of records that have been obtained from cell phone providers like AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, and it's in an effort to understand where a phone was based on those records. And it's typically useful in a law enforcement setting because it's often important to understand where a particular individual was when something happened.
And what is your training in cell site and location data analysis?
To become certified with CAST, I participate in about 250 hours of training in cell site and location data analysis. This included instruction from professors at the Florida Institute of Technology and Radio Frequency Theory and Cellular Architecture. We also receive trainings from and have ongoing discussions with all the major cell phone providers. So again, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon. We meet with their engineers and their records clerks, talk about the technologies that they use, the records that they produce, and how we can use those records to understand the location of a phone. We also receive training in different tools and software that we use to assist in conducting our analyses. And then finally, as part of becoming certified, we participate in practical exercises where we looked at volumes of records in an effort to understand or locate phones. And since becoming certified, every year we have an annual recertification. So for 1 week, all approximately 100 CAST agents meet up. The cell phone providers attend. We may have representatives from companies like Google or Meta come out. And we also just share lessons learned and travel knowledge amongst the group.
And how long have you been on this assignment with CAST?
I became certified in 2021 in the beginning, so about 5 years now.
Have you previously testified as an expert in this field?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
I believe this is number 47.
And do you have a CV that describes your educational and professional experience?
I do.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May.
Special Agent Putman, I will show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 143 and ask you if you recognize it.
I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 143?
It is my CV.
And is that a complete and accurate copy of your CV?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I'd move State's 143 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
States 143 will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And at this time, I would tender Special Agent Putman as an expert in cell site and location data analysis.
Any objection?
No objection to that.
All right. Special Agent Putman will be admitted as an expert in cell site location.
Cell site and location data analysis.
Cell site and location data analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Special Agent Putman, how do cell phones work?
Yes, so when you're talking on your phone, maybe to a friend or family member, those two phones aren't communicating directly to each other. What's happening is your phone is exchanging radio frequency signals with a cell site, and then that information is routed through the network and those calls are connected. Now, all that a cell site is an antenna, typically at an elevated position, and the purpose of that cell site is to talk to all the phones in the area in front of it. It'd be kind of like if I held a flashlight over my head and the way the light would spread out onto the ground in front of me. That's what's happening with radio frequency off of this cell site. It's just spreading out onto the area in front of it. Now, these cell sites can be attached to big industrial-looking structures. They can also be attached to buildings, water towers. You might see a tree that stands 20 feet above the rest of the trees around it and never loses its leaves in the winter. If you look close, there might be some electrical equipment on there. That could be a cell site. Now, the most common configuration that a cell site comes in is what's referred to as a three-sector tower. All a three-sector tower is a single location where there's three sets of antennas pointing in different directions, each covering approximately 120 degrees. Adding them up, you have 360 degrees of coverage. Now, an example I like to use when explaining a three-sector tower is to think about a pizza that's cut into 3 equal-sized slices. In the center of the pizza would stand a tower. At the top would be those 3 sets of antennas, or sectors, each one pointing down the center of one of those slices of the pizza. And all the slice represents is the intended coverage area for one of the sectors on that tower. Now, in the real world, the coverage areas won't look that neat. It won't be this perfect circle and straight lines delineating the 2 sectors of coverage or 3 sectors of coverage. In the real world, we have different topographies and buildings and all these things that affect how radio frequency impacts the ground, but it still holds that the cell site is covering the area immediately in front of it up until a point where a neighboring cell site has a better signal.
And when you make a call, what determines which cell site your phone is using?
When your phone's powered on and it's connected to the network, but it's not actively on a call, it's in what we like to call an idle state. And in this idle state, the phone is constantly scanning the network and it's searching for that cell site with the best signal. Because when a call initiates, it's going to initiate on that cell site with the best signal. Now, there's 2 primary factors that determine what is that best serving cell site. The first is proximity. Generally speaking, the closer my phone is to a particular cell site, the stronger that signal is going to be because a radio frequency loses strength as it travels over distance. The second factor is clear line of sight. If there's a mountain between my phone and the nearest cell site, there's a good chance the mountain will block the signal. Big piles of dirt are good at blocking radio frequency. Things like buildings, vehicles, and even trees can affect clear line of sight, but it's to a much lesser extent. So again, most often your phone's choosing the nearest, or if not the nearest, another nearby cell site. The network isn't intended for your phone to leapfrog over 4 cell sites to use one on the other side of town when there's others that are closer by with a better signal.
And Special Agent Putman, are you familiar with the records kept by cellular providers, specifically Verizon and T-Mobile?
Yes.
And what records do they keep?
All the cell phone providers maintain records in support of running their business. This can include financial records, kind of like the bill you might receive every month. They also maintain more technical records, engineering records that they use to support running their operations. One set of records that's useful to law enforcement are referred to as call detail records. Call detail records contains information about a specific phone number, and it's line-by-line details that includes the dates and times of communications, as well as the cell site and sector that this communication's initiated on. So for example, if you obtain my call detail records, maybe you'd see I placed a call at 5 p.m. yesterday, and it initiated on cell site 123, sector 1. I can now refer to the second set of records maintained by the providers that's useful to law enforcement, and that's referred to as the cell site list. Cell site list is just information about the provider's network, and more specifically, it's the locations of all the cell sites in latitude, longitude coordinates, as well as the directions that the sectors face. So in this example, I placed a call at 5 p.m. yesterday, used cell site 123, sector 1. I can now refer to the cell site list, and maybe I see that cell site 123 is at a latitude, longitude coordinate in Raleigh, North Carolina, and sector 1 faces 0 degrees due north. I can now go to a map, find the location of that cell site. I know the antenna is facing north, so I can get an idea of the general area that my phone would have been in when that call occurred at 5 p.m. yesterday. Now there's a third set of records that's sometimes available, and it's referred to as timing advance. I say sometimes available because the providers don't retain those records as long as call detail records. So if they aren't obtained fast enough, you might not get them. Timing advance is very similar to call detail records in that it's for a specific phone number. It includes dates, times, cell site, and sector, but it also includes a distance measurement. And that's the approximate distance that the phone would have been from the cell site at the time of that record. So if we go back to the pizza example, with a call detail record, I can tell you the approximate slice of pizza that the phone is in. With the timing advance record, I can tell you how far from the center the phone would have been. So maybe where the cheese meets the crust. So you just get more precise location information, and timing advance happens just because the phone is on and connected to the network. It does not rely on anyone actually doing anything on the phone. It could just be sitting in their pocket or sitting on a desk somewhere.
Did you have an opportunity to examine these records from Verizon and T-Mobile that were sent to you by the Orange County Sheriff's Office in this case?
Yes.
And I'll note for the record, those records have been received into evidence as States Exhibits 134 and 136 by stipulation. Would you please describe for the jury the process that you use when you receive those records?
Yes, I took the call detail records and timing advance records for the phone numbers that were given to me, and I just married those up with the cell site list and depicted the locations of those cell sites, and when available, the timing advance distances. I depicted that visually in a report.
And were you able to create both a report and a digital presentation to memorialize your findings?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Special Agent Putman, I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 144 and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, this is a copy of the report that I produced for this case.
And does it appear to be a complete and accurate copy of your report?
It does.
All right, this time I would move States 144 into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. States 144, the CAS report will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you. And Special Agent Putman, did you also create a PowerPoint presentation to memorialize these findings?
Yes.
And is that presentation identical to States Exhibit 144?
Yes.
And can you use this digital presentation to illustrate your findings to the jury?
Yes.
All right, this time I would request if I could publish the PowerPoint version of the presentation. I have it pulled up already.
Yes, ma'am. MMDA, just so I can clarify, states 144, you're going to show it in PowerPoint form.
Yes. Thank you. All right, Special Agent Putman, I've got states 144 up on the screen. Can you describe for the jury what we're seeing here on the first page?
Yes, page 1 is just the cover page of the report. It shows that I produced this and that it is for the 2 phone numbers listed, 743-244-0344, a Verizon phone number. You may notice it's highlighted in red. Records throughout the report that are in red will correspond to this phone number. The second phone number is 908-440-5523 in green, and that is a T-Mobile phone number. Same thing with this one. Any records that are green will correspond to this phone number.
Thank you. And advancing to the second slide.
Page 2 is just an explanation of the methodology used. It's kind of what I already explained. I took the call detail records and the timing advance records, combined that with the cell site list, and just depicted that information visually on maps in this report.
And how about page number 3?
Page 3 on the left is a picture of a 3-sector tower. This is that big industrial looking structure version. If you haven't noticed them before, you'll probably see them on the side of the road all the time now. You may notice at the top there's a triangle shape. Those are just the 3 sets of antennas pointing in different directions. On the right is an overhead view of how that sectorization may be depicted. In this example, sector 1 is facing 0 degrees, which is north. Sector 2 is facing 120 degrees, and sector 3 is facing 240 degrees. And it kind of looks like that pizza example that I was explaining. They don't always orient the same way, but this is just one example. And so for example, in this case, if a phone was in that red shaded area, most often or more often than not, it would be using that sector 1 on the tower. Now, one thing I didn't explain is the size of the coverage area. How far out does it go? Really depends on the other cell sites in the provider's network. If you're somewhere like Manhattan with just a lot of people, a lot of phones, those cell sites are going to be closer together to handle that volume of phone users. If you go more rural, then those cell sites will be more spread out, and so be larger possible coverage areas for each cell site.
And advancing to slide 4.
Page 4 shows how a call detail record will be depicted in my report. On the left is a similar graphic to what we saw on that last page, that overhead view. This time there's a 120-degree wedge with that shaded semicircular area on it facing north. That's just indicating the direction that that sector is facing. On the right is how it will actually look in the report. It'll be overlaid on a map, kind of like you would see with Google Maps. Now I want to point out that shaded semicircular area is just helping identify the direction that the sector is facing. It does not mean the phone is in that shaded area. It could be, but that's not what it indicates. At the base of that wedge is a red dot, and there's another red dot in the lower right-hand corner. Those are just cell sites in that provider's network. Remember, it's important to understand which cell sites were used, but also which ones were not used, which ones exist, because that gives us an idea of the size of the coverage areas.
And looking at slide number 5 regarding the timing advance.
So page 5 shows how timing advance is depicted in my report. On the left is similar to what we saw on that last page, except this time we have a shaded band. And if you look closely, there's a little phone inside there. So that represents the approximate distance that the phone would have been from the cell site. So maybe it's 1 mile, and that distance would be 1 mile. Now you see those 2 arrows going to the phone and back. What this represents is how timing advance is calculated. Timing advance is just a network measurement, and it's taking the time it takes for a signal to travel from the cell site to the phone and back. So time of travel is known. The speed is the speed of light, so that doesn't change. So with time and speed, you can calculate approximate distance that that signal traveled, which equates to the approximate distance that the phone would have been from the cell site. On the right, again, is how it will look in the report. It'll be overlaid on a map. So the conclusions we can draw from this is that the phone is in or around that shaded band. So it's just a little bit more precision there. It's not necessarily always in that shaded band. It could be outside of it, but it's usually within one or two kind of layers of those bands.
And slide number 6.
Every time there's a record in the report, there will be corresponding details in an event box. And so at the top is, if there's a call detail record, it shows some of the details that will be associated with it. There'll be the cell site identifier, which phone number that record is attributed to, the date, time, the type of call, if it's incoming or outgoing, the duration of the call in seconds, and then the other phone number on that call. So for instance, right here we see at 10:25 and 26 seconds PM, there's an incoming call, it's 25 seconds in duration, and it's from that 910 number. Also, if multiple sectors are used on a cell site in a given page, then I'll make clear which sector each record corresponds to. So for example, that first one says 180 degrees. There'd be a south-facing sector that record would be for. Below that shows how timing advance records, the details that you get with it. Some of the same information with cell site identifier, the mapped phone number, date, time, but now we also have a distance measurement. And again, that's the approximate distance from the cell site to the phone.
And in slide number 7, we see a map. What's depicted on this map?
Page 7 is just a location overview. These are location markers that were provided to me by the investigators. So these are relevant locations that I was asked to map the records in relation to. These aren't locations that I determined based on any independent investigation. In the upper left-hand corner, you can see a legend. Most of these are in and around the Mebane area. We'll see on the next couple pages a more zoomed-in view of that. But the locations include a green marker with initials IR for the Issiah Ross residence. There's a red marker with initials DC for the Devin Clark residence. A purple marker with initials LW for the Lyric Woods residence. A yellow marker with initials CS for the crime scene. A blue marker with initials PT for the Petro Travel Center. And then finally, a bus stop, the orange marker with initials BS, that is the bus stop in Raleigh.
And what are we looking at in slide number 8?
Page 8 shows a zoomed in view of the location markers that are in and around the Mebane area. Same location markers, but now we see a bunch of red dots on the map. And all those dots represent our cell sites in Verizon's network.
And what about on page 9?
Page 9 is very similar to page 8. We're now just looking at green dots that represent cell sites in T-Mobile's network.
And page 10?
Page 10 is the first page where we're looking at records being depicted on the map for one of the phones. And we can see at the top, it's for the number ending in 0344, the Verizon number. The records occurred on September 17, 2022, between 1:12 a.m. and 1:21 a.m. And the conclusion we can draw from this is that the phone is consistent with being in the area of the Devin Clark residence. If you look at the upper right-hand corner, the event box there's numerous records between 1:12 and 1:21 a.m. using that cell site, and those timing advance bands intersect or overlap with right around where the Devin Clark residence is. Also below that is another cell site showing that at 1:15 a.m. there's another timing advance record, and that intersects in the area consistent with the Devin Clark residence. Now, when you have intersecting timing advance bands from different cell sites that are occurring right around the same time, you look at where both of those timing advance bands are, because that's where the phone is. And so now we're using lateration methods to locate the phone. So you look at the intersection point, and those intersect right in an area near the Devin Clark residence.
Before we leave this slide, the record at the bottom of the page is using a different cell site than the top of the page. Why would that be?
Yeah, so with calls, your phone's choosing the cell site with the best signal. That's not necessarily the case with timing events. Timing events just has to be from a cell site that is strong enough to sustain that measurement. It's not necessarily from the cell site with the best signal. So oftentimes with timing events records, we'll see multiple cell sites logging those records.
And what are we looking at on page number 11?
Page 11 is a similar time frame, but it's for the phone ending in 5523, the T-Mobile phone. It's from 1:12 a.m. until 1:24 a.m. If you first begin at the bottom left-hand corner, there are 4 records at 1:12 and 1:13 a.m. And the timing advance band overlaps with the Issiah Ross residence. Now, based solely on those records, we can determine that the phone is in or around that timing advance band. However, we also have another record just above it at 1:14 a.m. from a different cell site. And you can look and see where that timing advance band overlaps. And so there's a little bit of time between the record at 1:13 and 44 seconds a.m. and 1:14 and 22 seconds a.m. A little bit of time for the phone to travel, but we'd still look closer to where those timing advance bands intersect because the phone can only travel so far in 40 seconds. After that, on the right-hand side at 1:19 a.m., we can now definitively say that the phone has traveled. It's moved east into the Mebane area. And then at the top, at 1:23 and 1:24 a.m., we have records that would be consistent with the Devin Clark residence. Now, one thing I can't tell you is the exact location of the phone in terms of a street address or a street corner, but just the general area that the phone could have been in, and if that includes any relevant locations. So again, at 1:23 and 1:24, we know that the phone is in or around those timing advance bands, but those bands overlap with the Devin Clark residence, so that is a location that the phone could have been.
And what are we looking at on page 12?
Page 12 moves forward about 15 minutes. This covers from 1:39 a.m. until 2:42 a.m. and is for the red Verizon phone ending in 0344. At the top right, we can see that there are records at 1:39 and 1:40 a.m. Also at the bottom left, we have a record at 1:39 a.m. And that measurement is 1.7 miles. That's that furthest out timing advance band. So what we're looking at around 1:39 a.m. is those 2 timing advance bands that are intersecting. One of those intersection points is near the Lyric Woods residence. The other one is a little bit northwest of there. So at that moment in time, with just those records, we know the phone is in or around one of those intersection points. At 1:42 a.m., and I'm looking at the bottom left-hand corner, the distance measurement goes from 1.7 to 0.73 miles. It's still that 60 degrees northeast facing sector. So the phone has traveled closer to that cell site now. That's that shallower timing advance band that's still facing northeast. And then from 1:45 until 2:42 a.m., there are 61 timing advance records that are using that 300-degree northwest facing sector. And those are those bands that are intersecting or overlapping with the crime scene. So from 1:45 to 2:42 a.m., we have that high volume of timing advance records that's consistent with the phone being stationary somewhere in that area, and that area includes the crime scene. One other thing to note in the upper left-hand corner in the legend is that the last evidence of connection to the network for this phone was at 2:44 and 16 seconds a.m. Meaning after that point, I just have no evidence in the records of any connection to the cellular network. There's no cell site info to go with that.
And taking a look at slide 13.
Page 13 begins at around the same time, but it ends a little bit sooner than that last one. Page 12 went until 2:42 a.m. Page 13 is 1:39 until 2:14 a.m. And it's for the T-Mobile phone ending in 5523. Beginning at the top, there's a record at 1:40 a.m. And also on the lower left, we see 5 records between 1:39 and 1:41 a.m., and they all have distance measurements of 1.6 or 1.65 and 1.7 miles. So that record at the top and those 5 in the lower left-hand corner, those are those records that are intersecting at a point a little bit south of the Woods residence there. So at that time, at 1:39, which is consistent with what we saw on the last page, is that we'd expect the phone to be near the Woods residence. At 1:42 a.m. and 59 seconds, there's a distance measurement of 0.53 miles, still from that northeast facing sector or more east facing sector. That's showing the phone travel closer to the base of that cell site. And at 1:45 until 2:14 a.m., there are 13 timing events records. And those are records that are consistent with the area in or around the crime scene. We also have 3 calls during that time at 1:49.
And how about on slide 14?
So on page 12, the Verizon phone was stationary, didn't move from that location until 2:42 a.m., and then we saw a lack of evidence of any connection to the network. With the T-Mobile phone ending in 5523, it doesn't just stay stationary, it has moved. And so at the top, we can see between 2:20 and 2:29 a.m., there are 14 timing events records that are consistent with an area that would include the Petro Travel Center, meaning that is a location that the phone could have been. It's definitely traveled north from where it was before. And then after that, between 2:36 and 2:50 a.m., the phone has since returned south to an area that would be consistent with the crime scene. And we have 17 timing events records in that approximately 14-minute time frame.
And then how about on slide 15?
Page 15 moves forward to the next day. This is September 18th, between 8:01 p.m. and 10:02 p.m. It's for the T-Mobile phone ending in 5523. There are about 2 hours of records between 8:01 and 10:02 p.m. showing activity consistent with that bus stop. There are also 4 calls that we have activity for during that time frame.
And how about slide 16?
Page 16 continues where we left off at 10:02 p.m. Again, it's for the T-Mobile phone ending in 5523. And you can see at the bottom, there's that record at 10:02. And then as you move northeast, there's a record on September 19th at 12:35 a.m. And then finally, also on the 19th at 7:04 a.m. in Delaware.
And is that the end of your report?
Yes.
I just want to go back to what you were discussing on page 12 regarding the last connection for the phone number ending 0344. If a phone is on, would it still show data?
So the reason that there may be no evidence of connection with the network, it's because the Verizon doesn't see the phone anymore. Now, it could be because the phone was turned off, it ran out of battery, it was put on airplane mode, it was destroyed, it was put in a thick metal box and the Verizon network just can't see it, or maybe just went somewhere very rural where Verizon couldn't see the phone. Either way, Verizon doesn't see the phone anymore. It doesn't exist to Verizon anymore.
If I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Special Agent Putman, prior to completing your report, did you generate a draft report?
I did.
And is it possible that there's a page of data missing from your final report?
I'd have to review my draft report to confirm.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And I'll mark this as states 145. May I approach the court reporter to borrow her stapler?
You may.
Special Agent Putman, I'll show you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 145. And do you recognize States 145?
It appears to be a draft report I produced in this case.
And I was looking at specifically page 20 in your draft report. If you would take a look at that.
Yes.
Now that data does not appear in your final report. Was that by accident or on purpose?
When I originally created the draft report is in 2022. As this date came closer, I revised it to clean it up a little bit, something that commonly do. And to make an official report, I have another CAS agent peer review it. So this page does not appear in my final report. I don't recall if we had a conversation about whether this time frame was relevant or not.
What time frame is that?
It is September 17th, 2022, from 3:09 a.m. until 3:10 a.m.
And which phone number is it for?
The green T-Mobile number ending in 5523.
And do you recall, well, in producing your draft report, are you looking at the same data that you used in producing your final report?
Yes.
And what can you describe about the location of the 5523 phone in that time frame?
I should say this hasn't been peer reviewed by another CAS agent, but the records are very consistent with the phone in being in and around the Issiah Ross residence.
Thank you. If I could have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for Special Agent Putman. Thank you.
Cross.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Officer Putman.
Good afternoon.
Maybe we'll work our way backwards a little bit. So when you get this information from Verizon and T-Mobile, you don't request it yourself, it's given to you by law enforcement, is that right?
Yes, typically there's an investigation that's already began without me, and records have been obtained by the primary investigating agency, and they just request that I produce a report, and they provide me the records and any other relevant information like timeframes and locations.
Then when reviewing these records, you mentioned you had relationships with these different cell phone providers, and so that you are knowledgeable about what they mean, what they say, if there's any difference in time frame, whether it's UTC or Eastern Standard Time, so on and so forth?
Yes, we have regular discussions with the major cell phone providers, and we go through all that information in terms of different time zones that they use, depending on the provider and the type of record.
And when reviewing those records, you're able to determine that this is, I guess, the full record or everything you need, or do you ever have to follow back up with law enforcement to make sure that there isn't anything missing or that there are gaps?
Sometimes maybe I only get call detail records, and I know based on the relevant time frame that timing advance is still available. And so I may go back to the investigating agency and make sure that in their legal process that they serve, that they ask for a timing advance, because that's more useful than just call detail records. So sometimes I do ask them to go back and get more information.
And after, in this particular case, you went through and you had the call detail records, the timing advance records, and then you took that information and put it in a visual form like we saw with the map and the little sectors. Is that right?
Yes.
And you mentioned after you were done, you would then submit your draft to another colleague to kind of double check that you had done everything accurately and according to your policies. Is that right?
Yes, if a case is going to trial, then we get another CAS agent to peer review our work. They go through the records hand by hand, and also using a separate tool than I would have used, and make sure that everything's mapped correctly, that only reliable records are used. They look for things like typos, anything that maybe need to be investigated in a peer review.
And the report that we just viewed was 17 pages, the final draft.
Yes, the final peer-reviewed report was 17 pages.
But the draft that was just discussed that had these other calculations on it was 23 pages.
Yes.
Was that you that reduced the report from 23 to 17, or was this the individual who helped peer review or look at it afterwards?
Some of that was just making it easier to understand. When I first do a report, sometimes I'm moving quick on it just because of volume of work. I'm trying to get something out there so the investigators can understand what they're working with. And if it goes to trial, I sometimes will go in and refine it a little bit, because my goal is to make the information as clear and as possible as to what the phones are doing. And if I can do that in less pages, then I'll opt to do that.
But in addition to reducing the number of pages from 23 to 17, there was actual information in this draft, in this initial draft, that did not make its way to the final draft. Is that correct?
Yes, there's a time frame after both the phones were in and around the area of the crime scene that just was not included in the final report. I don't recall if I had a discussion with investigators or prosecution about whether that was still relevant or not. Sometimes that conversation takes place, and I don't need to get everything peer reviewed, because if I can have less burden on the peer reviewer, then I'll do that.
And so to be clear, at least on that page that we're referring to, that page of the 3:09 to 3:10 a.m. was not peer reviewed, and that's why it didn't make its way into the final draft.
Correct.
Okay. Now you were talking about the signals and the cell towers and how they all, how you use that information to create this draft. So in order for a phone to make its way onto this draft, it first must send a signal. Is that correct?
Kind of, it depends on the records. There has to be a connection between the phone and the cellular provider, and the provider has to retain those records and then have it available to law enforcement. If the phone's turned off, then there will just be no cell site information because the network won't see the phone.
But if the phone is turned off, it can't send a signal. Is that correct?
Right. Essentially, the antenna is off then, and so the network can't see the antenna on the phone.
And when the phone's on airplane mode, it can't send a signal, right?
Correct.
All right. But the phone itself doesn't need to be actively doing something. I don't need to call someone to send a signal to any of these cell towers. Is that right?
For a voice call detail record, there needs to be an incoming or outgoing call. For timing events, it can happen because of calls, text, data activity, or just network measurements. So really the way of saying timing events, why records would be there is just being on and connected to the network. If the phone's on and connected to the network, we should have timing events records.
And so when you say that there is activity, somebody could be getting a message on Facebook or something. They may not actively be doing anything, but their cell phone is kind of receiving information, and that is what helps connect it to those towers. Is that right?
Right. For timing events records, your phone could be sitting at home all day and you're not near it, and there should still be timing events records if it's on and connected to the network. You don't have to be doing anything on the phone.
And in the event that you don't actually have a cell record, an incoming, outgoing phone call, or maybe a text message, you may not know how the phone was being used, but you do know that it was sending signal in that location. Is that right?
Kind of, yeah. If there's outgoing calls, then someone's definitely doing something on the phone. If there's incoming calls that appear to have been answered, then it looks like someone answered the phone. But if it's incoming and just goes to voicemail, then again, no one had to be doing anything with the phone for it to go to voicemail. Also with data session records, data sessions happen because of internet and application usage. You can look at the bytes that are being transmitted between the phone and the network to try to determine if anyone's doing anything on the phone. That's getting in the weeds a little bit. I think to really answer your question is it depends on the records and what evidence is there. You can kind of determine if someone's doing anything on the phone or if there's no evidence that they're doing anything on the phone.
And this information doesn't necessarily show who was using the phone or who had the phone, just that the phone itself was in that location. Is that correct?
Right. The records don't explicitly say John Doe placed a call at 5 p.m. There's no name in there. You can look at things like subscriber information or pattern of life to build evidence of who has the phone, but it doesn't explicitly say who's using it at any given time.
And you were talking about the number ending in 0344, and that the last signal that was received from that phone was at 2:42 a.m. on September the 17th. Is that correct?
So the last evidence that it was connected to the network was at 2:44 and 16 seconds. I believe the last cell site record that there's a time advance record at 2:42 and 37 seconds a.m. But after that 2:44 and 16 second mark, there's no evidence in the records that it's connected to the network.
Okay. And that could indicate multiple things. Either the phone was turned off or it was just put in a position where it was no longer sending or receiving signal from cell towers. Is that right?
Right. If it was somewhere very rural, it's possible that'd be out of connection with the network. I think that's probably more unlikely, just given where it is at 2:42 a.m. and its proximity to the nearest cell site. However, it could have been dropped into a metal box, it destroyed, turned off, ran out of battery, put on airplane mode. Any of those reasons could be why it lost connection with the network.
But according to your mapping, the last location or sector would have been in or around, however you describe it as CS, or which is the crime scene. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would have been on, according to this map, Buckhorn Road. Is that right? Or in that vicinity?
Yes.
And this information, this data doesn't, you say, give us an exact address or pinpoint, like we could just drop a dime and say it's here, but it says it's kind of in this area, right?
That's right. The general area, the size of which depends on the type of record we have. If it's timing events, how close to the cell site, is it intersecting with multiple cell sites? All that affects it, but yes, I can't tell you the exact location in terms of a latitude, longitude, and within 10 meters or anything to that level of precision.
And the timing advance on here shows it was a little less than half a mile from the center of that tower. Is that right?
Yes, the timing advance measurements were 0.39 and 0.44 miles.
One moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
No further questions from this witness, Judge.
All right, redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, may we excuse the special agent at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Special agent, thank you for being with us. You're going to be excused from your subpoena obligations.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're right there at 5 o'clock. So I'm going to release you back out into the world. Please remember all of my instructions. You guys can talk to each other about anything you want, except this case. Remember, as you go home, just as you've been under that special jury bubble that continues tonight, you can't talk to your friends, your family, that neighbor down the street, anybody about this case, except to let them know you're still on this jury. 3, no encyclopedias, all right? And no other independent investigation of any type about anything dealing with this trial. And lastly, remember again, keep your minds open. You haven't heard all of the evidence. You haven't heard the arguments of counsel, and you do not know the law that you're going to need to apply to this case. All right? So with that, everybody else, please remain seated. You all leave your notebooks in your chairs. I'll see you tomorrow morning.